is about how, by perception, AI didn't seem to play as much of a role in the US election, perhaps, as the expectation. Certainly, that would have been my initial take. But I think the one thing that has been factored in a lot is that there were a huge amount of closed community groups like Telegram, particularly being used by the Republican Party to reach their voter base, that wouldn't have necessarily been directly within the public line of sight. And we don't know, because we're not in there, we don't know whether there was a lot of Cambridge Analytica style kind of messaging being pushed to people to trigger them. So that's the first thing to factor in. We don't know whether this was the AI election we anticipated or not, because not all of it was in the public domain. Second thing is, the outcome of the US election with Trump taking power again is basically going to give a carte blanche to AI in the US, with Elon Musk effectively, by the looks of it at least, but taking up a government position. I fully expect that he will lobby to try and actually deregulate, if that's even possible, the AI development. So there's a lot of very, very big vested billion-dollar companies in the US who will benefit from that. So to come to your question, I'm a little bit worried about it. You said it at the very top of the show, Annalise, the idea that trust is probably our only USP going forward. In a time when people's behaviors are changing, people are leaning away from traditional media to get their news sources, and sometimes looking to influencers who, with the best of respect, can be very easily manipulated if there's enough coin in the deal. I think that idea of being a single point where you can go and get verified information, factually accurate, and, you know, challengeable, so that there's accountability in it as well. I think that will be our USP going forward.
And hopefully we can stick to that and continue to produce quality journalism in the meantime. Thank you so, so much, Glenn, Joe, and Jonna, for your time. Thank you for being part of the stream today. And thank you all for tuning in. If you have a comment about our show, you can talk to us on social media. Use the hashtag or the handle AJStream, and we will look into your feedback and suggestions. Take care, and I'll see you soon.
President Trump got the tariffs that he's dreamt about for years, but how will it affect America and the world? With renewed war in Gaza and instability spreading across the entire region, what are President Trump's true goals in the Middle East?
A quizzical look at US politics, the bottom line.
The latest news as it breaks.
Musk claimed that his budget-cutting team would reduce next year's fiscal budget by $1 trillion.
With detailed coverage.
The 2 million people that were here and watching the show were totally unaware that their safety had been at risk.
From the heart of the story.
The paramilitary may have lost control of the capital, but it seems to be sending a message to the Sudanese army that it can still reach areas the army controls.
India says it's foiled Pakistani attacks on its military bases in Indian-administered Kashmir and other border areas as heavy shelling flares up again across the line of control. Hello, I'm Darren Jordan. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha. Also coming up, world leaders welcome the election of Cardinal Robert Prevost as the first Catholic Pope from the United States. He's taken the name Leo XIV. 2 Israeli soldiers are killed in southern Gaza. They were reportedly in a building that collapsed during heavy fighting. And the Trump administration vows to upgrade the air traffic control system at airports across the US after a series of close calls. There's been another night of heavy shelling reported along the line of control between Pakistan and Indian-administered Kashmir. India says it repelled a series of drone attacks after an air raid siren and explosions were heard in the city of Jammu in Indian-administered Kashmir. New Delhi is on high alert as tensions escalate. Barbara Angoppa reports.
The Indian government says it intercepted Pakistani drones and missiles targeting military stations in Indian-administered Kashmir and one close to the border with Pakistan, a claim Islamabad denies. New Delhi ordered blackouts in the affected areas. 13 people have been killed in the border region of Poonch since hostilities began on Wednesday. Residents want the violence to end.
The lady has small children. It's a terrible loss. We appeal to the government that there should be a ceasefire as soon as possible.
The Indian border states of Rajasthan and Punjab are on high alert, and local authorities are urging residents to move to government shelters. Ajit Singh travelled from Agnor district, 200 metres from the border with Pakistan.
Our block-level officer urged us to leave as soon as possible. Some left on foot, those had cars left in them. We are staying here now. We have been told to turn lights off at night. There are small children here. The situation is bad.
Tensions been rising between India and Pakistan since an armed group killed 25 tourists and a guide in Indian-administered Kashmir late last month. India accuses Pakistan of backing the attack. During a visit of Iran's top diplomat to New Delhi, India's foreign minister warned that India will strike back against any attacks on its territory.
Excellency, you are visiting India at a time when we are responding to a particularly barbaric terrorist attack on 22nd April in the Indian Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. This attack compelled us to respond on 7th May by striking at cross-border terrorist infrastructure. Our response was targeted and measured. It is not our intention to escalate the situation. However, if there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response.
For those mourning the victims and for those returning to ruins, a diplomatic breakthrough can't come soon enough. Barbara Angoppa, Al Jazeera.
Well, we're covering this story from across the region. In a moment, we'll hear from Kamal Haider in Islamabad. But first, let's go to Umar Miraj. He's in Srinagar in Indian-administered Kashmir. Umar, so India says it's repelled a series of Pakistan drone attacks. Just bring us up to date, Umar, with what's been happening at the line of control from your perspective.
The situation along the line of control, the de facto border between India and Pakistan, is very tense. Heavy artillery exchanges continued for the third consecutive night along the line of control. With what Indian Army says that Pakistan initiated unprovoked artillery exchanges hitting several civilian areas in Poonch, Uri, and along the international border in Samba. There are reports of civilian casualties, with at least 2 civilians killed and several injured in the overnight escalation. The rising tensions have deepened the fears among the people. The residents say that it was a night of fear and chaos. Thousands have been evacuated to the safer locations, and those who were staying at the border villages were taking shelter inside the community bunkers.
Yeah, as we're talking to you, Umar, we're seeing those pictures. What about then the thousands of people caught up in the fighting in Kashmir between both sides along the line of control? How worried are they about further escalation?
The residents are very worried. They're running for their after the attacks, after the escalation along the border. They are moving to the safer locations. Also, there was a blackout in Srinagar. The residents say since 1999 Kargil war, the situation along the line of control is very tense. People are panicked. There are heightened tensions. They say they are in the line of the fire, and it's a civilian that are facing the burnt because most of the Pakistani shells are landing in the civilian areas.
All right, Umar Miraj, live for us there in Srinagar in Indian-administered Kashmir. Umar, thank you. Let's cross to Kamal Haider. He's in the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. Kamal, so just bring us up to date then with what Pakistani officials are saying about the latest fighting along the line of control.
Well, there has been an intensification, tit-for-tat, artillery duels along the line of control that separates both India and Pakistani-administered Kashmir. There have been casualties on the Pakistani side of the line of control as well. The Pakistani military chief, of course, the military spokesman said that India should move away from cinema into the real world after the Indians announced that there were attacks across India along the bordering regions. Pakistan said that when it does carry out that attack, the whole world will find out. Now, Pakistan, of course, is under pressure to respond. They've told the Americans that Pakistan will respond as an act of self-defense. Yesterday, what happened was something that was unacceptable, another provocation from India. Pakistan shot down almost 30 Israeli suicide drones supplied to India in several locations across the country, from the south to the north. So Pakistan has still not responded. There were reports by Indian media that a Pakistani F-16 had been shot down, that a pilot had been captured. However, it is important to note that there is a user agreement with the United States. Pakistan cannot use American F-16 fighters against India. That is an end-user agreement. So the Indian claims are being seen as a propaganda campaign here in Pakistan. However, the situation remains tense. Flight movements are disrupted to a great extent. Many passengers are stranded at the airports, not knowing when their flights will take off. So indeed, tensions are running very high, and everybody is now anticipating a Pakistani response, which Pakistan says will come at a place and time of its choosing.
All right, Kamal Haider live for us there in the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. Kamal, thank you. Now, cardinals at the Vatican have elected a new pope after a two-day conclave. Leo XIV is the first pontiff from the US and now leads 1.4 billion Roman Catholics around the world. Tens of thousands watched him make his first appearance on the balcony at St. Peter's Basilica. Jonah Holt reports from the Vatican.
The blessings of a new pope. La pace sia con tutti voi. The man once known as Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost from Chicago, now hailed from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica as Pope Leo XIV.
We want a church which always looks for peace, always looks for charity, always looks to be close, especially to those who suffer.
Well, people in this square and around the Catholic world have caught their first glimpse of the new Pope. They've heard his first words, an American Pope. Not many here would have predicted that, but this is about faith, and faith they have. Habemus Papam! An American Pope, did you see that coming?
Never. I could have never thought that. I mean, I think we were speculating Italian or even from the Philippines, but...
There's never been an American Pope. It's a big moment, right?
Yeah, it was definitely unexpected.
His chosen papal name, Leo, suggests strength in crisis. And while his moderate liberal views align with the progressive ideals of Pope Francis, an expert knowledge of church law will have appealed to traditionalists, the qualities then of a bridge builder across a divided church. You're emotional, you're excited?
Yes, very, very excited. And, you know, we need the union. We need to be together.
And it came after a conclave of cardinals that reached a decision in near record time, just 4 votes in 24 hours. Many in the crowd had given up hope of white smoke this afternoon, and then suddenly it happened. The white smoke still hanging in the sky over there, the bells tolling across St. Peter's Square, the crowd jubilant.
So happy that we got to see the white smoke. Huge historical moment for the world and for Catholicism. It's wonderful.
A global congregation delighted, and not least because at 69 the new Pope is also a relatively young Pope, the age of Leo XIV promising the stability of longevity in turbulent times. Jonah Holt, Al Jazeera at the Vatican.
Well, the choice of a US-born Pope has surprised many, including people in his hometown of Chicago. Pat Gilhane has more.
Bells heralded the news at Holy Name Cathedral in Chicago, and children cheered.
You should do the best you can to lead the Catholic Church.
A bit shocked, but also a lot of optimism from U.S. Catholics.
I think the new Pope should continue, promoting the peace and trying to bring countries together.
It's incredible just to think about it. I mean, I think nobody really expected it to be an American, and so it's just really, really beautiful.
That sentiment even applied to the U.S. president.
We're a little bit surprised, very happy. It's just a absolutely great honor.
But in social media posts as cardinal, the new pope criticized the administration's policies on immigration, telling the vice president that he was wrong about the teachings of Jesus. Experts expect that stance on many issues will continue.
You know, the Vatican invented diplomacy, so they're going to be very subtle, far more subtle, I think, than anyone in the current administration in the United States can be. So they will be subtle and wise, I assume. But I think they will also be strong on the issues that were mentioned, climate change, migration, immigration, worker justice, and so forth.
There are many questions about how he will deal with pressing issues like the sex abuse scandals involving priests, the role of women in the church, the treatment of LGBTQ people. But one thing seems certain: as the curtain parted and an American walked out, this was a scene many U.S. Catholics doubted they would actually see in their lifetime. Patty Culhane, Al Jazeera, Washington.
So let's bring in Paul Collins. He's a church historian and writer on the Catholic Church. He joins us live from Canberra in Australia. Paul, good to have you back with us. So look, I mean, many Catholics, particularly from the global south, will be disappointed, won't they, that the new Pope is not from Africa or Asia. I mean, how surprised are you that an American cardinal is now Pope? Nobody saw that coming. Does this feel like a very shrewd diplomatic move by the cardinals, do you think?
Well, I have to say I was astonished this morning in Australian time, when I found out that a US citizen had been elected. We thought that we do have to remember that he's also a Peruvian citizen. So he has a dual citizenship, and he spent some 20 or more years of his ministry in Peru. I think that is an important thing. But you're right, Darren, about the reality of the fact that he is an American. I think it's actually, as a number of the commentators you've had on have been suggesting, a shrewd move, because they brought in an American to deal with an American president and with an American government. And I think that that makes quite a lot of sense. As I say, I was astonished. But the reality is, I think this man will certainly follow the general agenda of Pope Francis, with the kind of emphases that your commentators have mentioned: environment, workers' rights, immigration, migrants. All of that will be very much part of his agenda.
And how well placed is Pope Leo to handle the internal issues at the Vatican, Paul? I mean, the sexual exploitation and abuse of children by bishops, the role of women in the church, the Vatican's financial crisis. I mean, these are all very big issues that we're hearing about. Is he best suited to fix those internal problems at the Vatican and unite the Vatican as well?
Well, he has had some 5 years' experience working in the Vatican, specifically in the dicastery for bishops. That's the department that appoints bishops. But I think people are tending to forget that he also had 12 years living in Rome as the head of the Augustinian order, an international religious order of which he was the international head. So he's got a lot of experience in Rome dealing with the Vatican, as well as dealing with the issues that come up with an international religious order. But you're absolutely right. He is going to have to face both the Vatican's financial shortfall, which is considerable, but also he's got to face the question of sexual abuse. I think that Pope Francis in many ways had come to that realization. I'm pretty sure that as an American, Pope Leo will already have had that realization. It's very hard to live in the developed Anglophone world and not know about sexual abuse.
Paul, just a final thought to you then on the broader issue of geopolitics that the Pope finds himself in. I mean, Pope Francis famously said that war does not solve problems, but the world, as we know, is in crisis at the moment, with wars in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, this flashpoint now in Kashmir, millions of people being displaced due to conflict. How do you think Pope Leo will deal with a world faced by growing war and instability?
Well, again, as I'm quoting your commentators a lot, but as one of them said, the Vatican is very experienced diplomatically. They've got some very good people there who know the world very well. As was said, the Vatican invented diplomacy, really. So they know how to deal with the kind of issues that the world faces, and they have already been working, especially in the Ukrainian situation, but also in the situation in Gaza. They have already been working there to try to bring about peace. And after all, peace was the very first word that this Pope said publicly. Peace be with you, he said, right at the beginning of his speech from the balcony of St. Peter's. So it will be a big priority for him, and I'm confident that the Vatican does have the ability to be able to build those structures of peace. But it's going to be hard work, especially given some of the world leaders at the present moment.
Paul Collins, always good to get your thoughts and analysis, Paul. Many thanks for your time. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Time for a short break here in Al Jazeera. When we come back, US President Donald Trump calls for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine after a phone call with Volodymyr Zelensky. More on that. Stay with us.
Unflinching journalism.
Well, right now we're being shadowed by a Chinese helicopter, which no one was expecting.
Leave immediately. Award-winning programming.
Israeli forces have killed so many children in Gaza, it is most likely we will never know all of their names.
Sharing personal stories with a global audience.
Imagine being a mother and realizing that your loved one is in Guantanamo because they saw it via social media.
Explore an abundance of world-class programming on Al Jazeera.
In July 2024, protests by Bangladeshi students led to the downfall of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's authoritarian rule. In the second of a two-part investigation, 101 East asks, what's next for Bangladesh? The Mother and the Monster, Part 2 on Al Jazeera.
The world is shifting. Power, influence, and narrative.
The U.S. is increasingly isolated on the international stage. U.S. power is eroding.
Divisions deepen. Perspectives clash. This is openly genocidal language. Global conflicts rise and diplomacy is tested. What is Putin trying to prove?
The threat is from Russia to Ukraine, not Ukraine to Russia.
Upfront tackles the big issues, only on Al Jazeera.
Hello again, you're watching Al Jazeera. A quick reminder of our top stories here this hour. There's been another night of heavy shelling reported along the line of control between Pakistan and Indian-administered Kashmir. India says it repelled a series of drone attacks after air raid sirens and explosions were heard in the city of Jammu in Indian-administered Kashmir. Cardinals at the Vatican have elected US Cardinal Robert Prevost as Pope. The new leader of the Roman Catholic Church will now be known as Leo XIV. He's the first pontiff from the United States. Now, at least 2 Israeli soldiers have been killed in an explosion in Rafah, that's in southern Gaza. A number of other Israeli troops were wounded and taken to hospital. The blast caused a building to collapse. The armed wing of Hamas says its fighters were engaged in intense battles with Israeli forces. Meanwhile, Israel's army has targeted more densely populated areas across the Gaza Strip. One of the latest strikes killed a child and wounded a number of people in central Gaza. The attack hit a home east of the Nuseirat refugee camp Israeli strikes killed at least 28 Palestinians across the Strip on Thursday. Al Jazeera's Tariq Abazoum has more now from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza.
It has been another very difficult and rocky day for displaced families and civilians across the Gaza Strip in light of the very intensifying rate of attacks that included targeting residential homes across many geographical locations alongside with makeshift tents and the very unprecedented surge of confrontations and battles in Rafah city in the far south of the Strip. Different videos that were published by the Israeli media outlets show the obliteration operations that are taking place in Rafah and the scale of attacks that have been conducted since dawn today. The Israeli military stated that over the past 72 hours, at least 150 airstrikes were launched on Gaza, which could be a sign on the severity of the security situation on the ground, where civilians are scrambling in order to find safety and at the same time to survive the next day in light of this very soaring Israeli military escalation on the ground. Tariq Abazoum, Al Jazeera, Deir al-Balah, Palestine.
US President Donald Trump is calling for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. He's posted on social media saying, hopefully, an acceptable ceasefire will be observed and both countries will be held accountable for respecting the sanctity of these direct negotiations. If the ceasefire is not respected, the US and its partners will impose further sanctions. Al Jazeera's Alan Fisher reports now from Washington, D.C.
There is a growing sense in Washington that the Trump administration and Donald Trump himself is getting frustrated that he can't bring an end to the war in Ukraine. You'll remember that during the presidential election, he said he had a plan that would end it within 24 hours. 24 hours of him winning the election, not just getting in to the Oval Office. He's found that it's much harder to get both sides together. Now, there's been a couple of issues. First of all, no one was speaking about a ceasefire until Donald Trump put it very firmly front and centre. But his efforts to get a ceasefire have failed. Way back in March, he said that there was an agreement and the Ukrainians had signed up to a 30-day ceasefire and the Russians wouldn't sign on to that. They said that they could agree with the framework, but there was a couple of more things that they wanted, and the fighting continued. Donald Trump has grown frustrated with Vladimir Putin, telling him to stop the fighting and warning again that there could be more sanctions. And certainly, about 10 days ago, we heard from Marco Rubio saying the next week would be important, whether or not the United States would decide to walk away. J.D. Vance, the Vice President, said on Thursday that the Russians were perhaps asking for too much. And then in the White House on Wednesday, Donald Trump said decisions have to be made soon. Now he's calling for a 30-day ceasefire. He wants both sides to agree. The Ukrainians have said they're amenable. The Russians are still discussing it. And he said if it doesn't happen, then there will be more sanctions. But it's clear that he's getting frustrated. He's ready to walk away from this process. And he realized that suggesting that he could have perhaps brought this war to an end is not something that's going to happen anytime soon. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Now, the Trump administration says it'll upgrade the aging air traffic control system across the US after a series of near misses. It says it's also trying to hire more air traffic controllers, despite laying off hundreds of aviation employees back in February. Adi Jocasta reports from Washington.
At 1951, how do you hear me?
An air traffic controller tries 5 times to reach the pilot of an incoming airplane before he finally gets through.
I got you loud and clear now, United 1951.
It was by sheer luck that a 30-second communications and radar blackout at Newark Airport last week did not result in tragedy. But the incident made clear the need to fix the U.S.'s broken air traffic control system.
And if we don't actually accomplish the mission that we're announcing today, you will see Newark's, not just in Newark, you'll see Newark's in other parts of the country because it's an aging system. And so we have to actually upgrade it.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the Trump administration wants to modernize the nation's antiquated tools like floppy disks and paper strips still in use today to control air traffic at the nation's 520 airports.
Do you know where we go? eBay.
Duffy says as part of the upgrade, 600 radars must be replaced and workers need new buildings. He gave a timeline of 3 to 4 years to complete, but offered no details, like the cost of the project. Congress would have to approve the funding, likely to be in the tens of billions.
Both political parties in Washington have recognized the urgent need to reform the air traffic control system in the U.S. In January, that system failed to prevent a mid-air collision between an Army helicopter and an American Airlines passenger jet just outside the nation's capital. All 67 people aboard died.
Earlier this week, another 3 planes had to abort landings at the same airport.
In the wake of the tragic mid-air collision over the Potomac and a trend of runway near misses, we have to get this right.
Staffing shortages is another major problem. The Trump administration says it's trying to hire more air traffic controllers, but it laid off 400 federal aviation employees in February with the help of Elon Musk. Musk says his company, SpaceX, could help with the proposed system upgrade, drawing criticism for a conflict of interest. Meanwhile, the turmoil has led to more air traffic controller resignations and some 45 workers taking trauma leave after the Newark blackout. The airport has been racked with flight delays since.
I was delayed getting in here on United, and I'm getting delayed getting out of here on JetBlue. I'm just a little annoyed because I've never been delayed so much in my life.
The U.S. government has long recognized the need to update its air traffic control system, but past efforts have been slow, putting millions of air travelers at increasing risk. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, that's it from me, Darren Jordan, for now. You can, of course, find much more information on our website, aljazeera.com. The weather is coming up next, and then the Inside Story examines the nuclear risks posed by the ongoing hostilities between India and Pakistan. That's it. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
For 2 or 3 days, there's been a really strong wind blowing down the Gulf, and it first of all brought dust with it, then it's just been a strong wind. It's not the temperatures back where we've had middle 40s in some places in Oman and UAE. We're up to middle 30s now, more or less where it should be. The heat hasn't gone away, it's gone the other side, if you like, so Mecca's actually warming up. But if you jump north to Levant and Turkey, the picture's rather more reasonable. Warm sunshine in Oman, 33 degrees. That's true for Friday and Saturday, and an increase in the likelihood of showers or more persistent rain eventually in this part of Turkey, including Istanbul. A wet-looking day for you on Saturday. But wet is not the story for the most part. Except for a few showers running into the northwest of Iran, it is dry again. Temperatures are just below the 40 mark for the most part, except Baghdad at 43 and Mecca up to 43. A bit above the average, but I have to say, not very much. Now, we've seen heavy rain recently in Tanzania, through Kenya and up to Somalia and Ethiopia. There's actually a warning in Ethiopia of potential for big downpours and flash flooding. Seasonally, this is correct, if a little early, but that does suggest there will be some flooding from Somalia westwards.
In the occupied West Bank, the governor of Ramallah must lead in the shadow of Israeli occupation. Over 4 weeks, Witness documents her navigating between high-level politics and everyday encounters, revealing how the city breathes, resists, and supports its vulnerable. An unvarnished portrayal of Palestinian survival under occupation. 1 month in Ramallah on Al Jazeera.
Mounting international concern over the India-Pakistan conflict, as both are armed with substantial nuclear arsenals. Atomic bombs have only been used twice, 80 years ago on Japan. What nuclear risks do the current hostilities pose? This is Inside Story. Hello there, I'm James Bays. A shooting attack killing Indian tourists in Kashmir last month, blamed by India on Pakistan, which it denies has escalated into a conflict now causing deepening international anxiety. That's because it pits two nuclear powers in direct confrontation. Each has a vast army, India estimated to have more than 5 million military personnel compared to 1.7 million for Pakistan. But it's their non-conventional firepower that's of most international concern. India began nuclear tests in the 1970s, declaring itself a nuclear power in 1998. Pakistan followed suit shortly afterwards. They've had wars before, but never have resorted to the use of their most lethal weapons of mass destruction. So what capability do they have, and is there any danger of nuclear weapons being used? We'll talk to our panel of guests in a moment, but first this report from Laura Khan.
This is the aftermath of a sharp and dangerous escalation between neighbours. Scores of people injured after cross-border shelling between India and Pakistan.
Pakistan resorted to heavy shelling around 2:30 this morning, so we had to run away. 4 of my houses were burned.
India is targeting areas in Pakistan it says are linked to the armed group involved in an attack against tourists in late April, while Pakistan accuses India of igniting an inferno in the region. But for many, a bigger threat looms. The two countries have been locked in a nuclear arms race for decades, keeping the size of their respective stockpiles shrouded in secrecy. Think tanks estimate India and Pakistan possess more than 170 nuclear warheads each. India has a no first use policy, meaning it will only deploy the weapons as retaliation, whereas Pakistan has not ruled out first use if it's under existential threat. Islamabad is known to have short and medium range ballistic missiles and relies mostly on China for stocks and technical support, while Delhi is known to have longer range missiles and a nuclear triad, meaning it can strike from land, air and sea. It's been buying billions of dollars in equipment from the West, including the US. And so far, the superpowers have been calling for calm. In India, the latest headlines have been ramping up war rhetoric against their neighbour.
If there are military attacks on us, there should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response.
And Pakistan's Prime Minister also had fighting words.
We pledge that the blood of every fallen martyr will be avenged. The coward enemy targeted innocent civilians and showed themselves as mighty and brave. But last night, by Almighty's grace, we gave them a befitting response in our own way to the enemy.
The escalating hostilities have set the region on edge. And on the world stage, the nuclear capability of both is stoking global alarm. Laura Khan, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Well, a very complex subject today, but you don't need to be a nuclear scientist to understand it, because we've got a panel of guests who are going to make it accessible. We're joined from Stockholm by Dan Smith, the director of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, a think tank focusing on global security. In Utrecht, Susie Snyder, programme coordinator at the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. And in Washington, D.C., Elizabeth Threlkeld, a senior fellow and director of the South Asia programme at the Stimson Centre. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us today on the programme. Well, this is an issue, and on this programme we try to avoid scaremongering, Susie. But when you listen to the current rhetoric from both sides and you realise how much nuclear firepower they have, this is a scary subject, isn't it?
It absolutely is a scary subject, because the thing with nuclear weapons is they are indiscriminate and they cause grave harm, and it's harm that that can last generations. And that is a terrible problem, and it's why most countries don't have nuclear weapons, and it's why there's a huge urge for restraint right now between India and Pakistan, because wherever a nuclear weapon is used, if there is one that will be used, it would harm both Indians and Pakistanis. And that's something that I think no one wants.
Elizabeth, though, the other side of the argument is that India and Pakistan have had numerous clashes since right at the beginning, since the two countries were created on the same day. They've all ended eventually with de-escalation and no resort to the nuclear option.
That's right. And I think there are a few factors we can point to there. One is the role of external crisis managers. So the U.S. and other countries coming in to try to facilitate, pull both sides back from the brink, right? Another is the role of luck, to be honest. You look back historically and we've had a number of lucky breaks that had they gone a different way, it might have been more difficult to control escalation. And then a third that I think we do need to recognize here is, both sides see themselves and each other as rational actors. And I think there is an implicit sense that neither side wants things to escalate. And so what I worry most about is not that one side will deliberately choose to do something on purpose that could risk nuclear use, but instead it's that we could kind of fall into it in some way, someone accidentally, inadvertently, right? And I think that's the situation we're in and what we need to be most mindful of.
Dan, when you heard Elizabeth speak there, one of the points she made was the role of luck. Well, that's not very inspiring, is it? How worried and concerned are you?
Yes, I mean, I agree that we have had some luck in the past on this and on other issues where, as a globe, as a world, we have come frighteningly close to the use of nuclear weapons, and you could think that it is good fortune which has kept us safe. But I think it is very important to emphasize what Elizabeth also just said, which is the rationality. I mean, it would be stupid of either government to launch a nuclear attack on the other. But what might happen is through escalation in action and in rhetoric as well, that there is something happens that is misinterpreted, miscommunication, and then suddenly the luck turns against us. If you wanted me to put a percentage on it, I would put a pretty low percentage on the risk. I mean, I think it is way short of probable that nuclear weapons are used, but that does not mean it's impossible. And the hope must be that if the two countries can get beyond this crisis, then they can get to a safer form of relationship with them, between each other, because the undefined border between the two countries, of Jammu and Kashmir, is a running sore for the past nearly 80 years, and it's a problem that really needs to be solved.
Susie, you've heard both the other panellists talking about the risk of stumbling into a nuclear war by mistake or miscalculation. Give us an idea of the possible scenarios there.
So both sides have nuclear armed missiles, but the missiles themselves are dual capable. That means that they could be armed with conventional weapons. And here's the thing with a missile. You don't actually know what the warhead on it is until it lands. And so when you're detecting the incoming missile, if you're a little bit trigger happy or if you're quite nervous, as people are human and people are in a highly tense conflict situation, and might be misinterpreted to be a nuclear armed missile coming in. And then a response could be firing other nuclear armed missiles, and that could quickly escalate. And one of the great risks around nuclear weapons in particular is once they are introduced, that risk of escalation to all-out nuclear war is what is most likely. And it's what has been sort of gamed out over and over and over. And this region, because of the tension between India and Pakistan, because it's a known nuclear flashpoint, a lot of modeling has been done on what those impacts could look like. And it would not stay in India and Pakistan. And that's the thing, because what's likely is if you use nuclear weapons, they kick up a lot of soot into the atmosphere. And that soot blocks out sunlight. It has an impact on agriculture. And long-term impacts of even a small exchange of nuclear weapons between India and Pakistan could have a massive impact on food security for the entire globe. If they each use just a fraction of their current arsenal, that could affect hundreds of millions around the world. And that's a reason for everyone to be concerned. Again, the likelihood is not high, but the probability is not zero. And if the probability is not zero, we should take action to prevent the escalation into nuclear war and to make sure that things like the hotline between the two are still working, that there are good communications, and even in times of crisis, you can still communicate and commit to not introducing nuclear weapons to this conflict.
Dan, I'd like to drill down on the nuclear capabilities of these two countries a little more in a moment, but your organisation, SIPRI, looks at militaries around the world. Tell us about their conventional militaries in terms of their military budgets and the size of these militaries. I think perhaps not surprising that India, being the most populous country in the world, just above China, 1.46 billion people, has a bigger military than Pakistan with a population of 247 million. But both are vast, are they not?
Yes, I mean, I think the number that was given in your report to begin, the 5 million in Indian Armed Forces, includes a lot that one would normally think of as being paramilitary. But these are really large armed forces. They are amongst the biggest in the world. Certainly, India's is bigger, way bigger than Russia's. And Pakistan is on that scale, or maybe a bit more as well. So these are formidable armed forces. I think the additional thing to say is that one assesses an armed forces not only by the numbers of people and by the amount of equipment, and they have both got, I mean, the sophisticated military equipment, both in heavy weapons and in communications and so on. But also you assess it in terms of their proven combat capabilities. And both armed forces are hardened in combat. There has been war. There's internal wars in both countries. Pakistan has been on security alert for years on its northern border because of Afghanistan, and it has the uprising in Baluchistan, which has been going on for years. India also has internal security, insurgencies and uprising, internal security problems. And of course, the two countries have been at war with each other 4 times since independence. Most recently, in what you might call a proper war, in 1999, but with a continuing series of armed clashes across the border since then. So these are capable armed forces, large, and with governments, states that have a tradition of being ready to use armed force if they see it as being necessary.
And Elizabeth, if you could perhaps add to that, tell us where they're getting their weapons from. Where are the main suppliers for these two nations?
Yeah, it's a key question, and one that I think we're see play out in interesting ways already on the battlefield. So over the past several years, we've seen a deepening in Pakistan's defense relationship with China. China has been a longtime partner and supporter of Pakistan, but Pakistan's acquisition of Chinese military hardware has accelerated significantly over the past several years. And China was also a key supporter of Pakistan as it developed its nuclear capabilities. And so reportedly, right, we're still seeing actual confirmation come through on this, but certainly Pakistan at this point is claiming that it used some of those Chinese assets to apparently down Indian French origin fighter jets. Again, I really want to emphasize that this is still pending confirmation. The fog of war is thick, as they say, but on the Indian side, they have a mix of military hardware, a great portion of which actually comes from Russia. India and Russia have a long-standing defense relationship. But in recent years, India has also been diversifying and bringing in more military equipment from countries like France, like Israel, and of course from the US as well. And so this is a situation, really one of the first of its kind, where we've seen Chinese origin hardware go up against some Western origin hardware. Maybe some Ukraine parallels there, but I think it's something certainly to keep an eye on, and that will have broader impacts for defense planners thinking about the Indo-Pacific and potential military conflict with China down the road.
So some useful information there on the balance of the two forces, Susie. Now tell us about the balance of the two nuclear arsenals. What do we know? Both countries are very secretive, aren't they?
They are very secretive, but fortunately, there's a lot of information available through satellite imagery, through different research that people have done. And I give a lot of credit to the Federation of American Scientists, who publishes the most definitive look at these arsenals. We know that both India and Pakistan have the ability to deliver nuclear weapons by air, land, and sea. That neither of them have a very strong component on the sea-based delivery. Pakistan's more for show, it's understood, but India is working on a second nuclear-armed submarine. But the thing that I worry about most are the missiles, and they both have a wide range of types of missiles. Some short range that go, 60 kilometers up to larger, longer range missiles up to 5,000 kilometers. And India in particular has been working on developing a new series of these missiles, but both have invested significantly in their arsenals over the last few years. And what we find is that India spends maybe $2.5 billion a year on their arsenal, while Pakistan spends about $1 billion a year on their nuclear arsenal. And they've invested significantly in increasing the capabilities of those arsenals, and that's always something to keep an eye on.
So, Dan, would you say these two countries are in a nuclear arms race?
Yes, I think that's fairly obvious. You can trace specific programs that they have where one is either trying to match the other side or counter it. So, for as an example of matching, Pakistan is trying to match India in the capability to put multiple and independently targeted warheads onto its missiles. India seems to have developed that capability. Pakistan is a bit behind. In terms of countering each other, as Susie was just saying, the Pakistan nuclear capability is quite missile heavy. We think that there are about 170 warheads in the Pakistan arsenal, and about 126 of those are on missiles. India's response is to have procured a Russian surface-to-air missile defense system for defense against medium-range missiles, and it's trying to develop that further. So I think you cannot get away from saying that there is a nuclear arms race at the moment. The arsenals are not large by global standards. 170 warheads each is a bit smaller than Britain's, that's smaller than France's, it's smaller than China's, way, way smaller than either Russia or the USA. But these are nonetheless significant armed forces, nuclear forces, technologically sophisticated and capable, as Susie has been rightly emphasizing, of doing a huge amount of damage, not just to the area where they land, but more broadly within the region. And as the radioactive dust goes up higher into the atmosphere, then it can move around the world and do further damage.
Elizabeth, what do we know in both countries about who can order a nuclear strike? Who has the launch codes?
Yeah, it's a great question, and one that, again, as some of the others are saying, we don't have a great deal of clarity on the specific kind of nuclear football equivalent, right? The way that this works in the US is there's always an aide following around the president who has those launch codes. But in both sides, there are some interesting parallels, but also distinctions. So in India, civilian control is paramount. And so we see a stronger role for the civilians, or at least believe that to be the case in decision-making on nuclear issues, though obviously any decisions would be taken as part of a broader meeting that includes India's chiefs from across the armed forces. On the Pakistan side, Pakistan's military is hugely influential, and the army in particular. And so there are, of course, specific sections of Pakistan's armed forces that are charged with maintaining and building up its nuclear deterrent. And in Pakistan, the understanding is it's what's called the National Command Authority that would meet, of course, chaired by the Prime Minister, but with a strong presence of military officials, and ultimately take decisions decisions on nuclear issues. And so, in fact, as part of some of the signaling, the symbolic language that these two sides will exchange during these sorts of crises, we will see, for example, Pakistan convening a meeting of its National Command Authority. And so it's worth watching closely even that level of signaling, because there is an implicit association with potential nuclear use there.
Dan, we sometimes hear about the tactical use of nuclear weapons, tactical nukes as some sort of lesser evil. Are they?
No, in a word, I'm afraid not. Precisely because they're sometimes thought of as being a lesser evil, it makes them in some ways worse. There might be, it's arguable that one might think, a leader or a senior commander might think that this was a lesser option than a longer range missile strike. After all, you would not be, with this, you would not be hitting perhaps the capital, you would be hitting the local area where the combat is going on. But it opens the door to the next step up. And I think that one of the things to worry about in this is this idea that escalation is a process that one side or the other can control. It's actually really referred to as escalation originally because it's a process that might get out of hand. That's what the problem is. And Elizabeth just mentioned signaling, and people have talked and written for years about nuclear signaling and signaling with the use of nuclear weapons or with the deployment of nuclear weapons. The point is not what your intention is in the signal you think you're giving. The point is how it lands in the minds of the people on the other side. And then they think perhaps that this is, worse than you thought it was, so they escalate further. And you now think, wow, I mean, we did something really modest and they've hit back really hard. We need to show them that we're serious. And I think if there is a place in the nuclear arsenal where it might be most possible for there to be an ill-thought-through action and miscommunication and misinterpretation, it could well be in the shorter range nuclear weapons. I think the one sort of thing that I've been looking at, nuclear dilemmas and nuclear problems for decades now. And one of the kinds of weapons that most worried me was nuclear artillery. And thankfully, there is no nuclear artillery between Pakistan and India. That doesn't mean there's no risk, but perhaps the greatest temptation for using nuclear weapons is perhaps a little bit removed. But yeah, tactical nuclear weapons, not an easy option, not a soft version of nuclear use.
Susie, I'm sort of looking at this and also looking at the historical timing of this, because in 3 months' time, it will be the anniversary of the last time nuclear weapons were used at the end of World War II in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And as you know, I know you were there in Oslo City Hall at the end of last year. I was there too when Nihon Hidankyo, the survivors of those attacks, were given the Nobel Peace Prize. Have we learnt any lessons at all?
I would like to think that we have, but that it's taken quite some time. Because if you think 80 years ago, nuclear weapons were invented, and they were invented, the first detonation was in July in New Mexico. And they were used twice in conflict, but they've been tested over 2,000 times. There are populations around the planet who are suffering the ill effects of the use and testing of nuclear weapons. For the second generation, the third generation, one of the most profound things I thought in those events in Oslo was hearing not just from those who miraculously lived through that atomic bombing in August of 1945, but their children, and hearing how they too have suffered from those weapons. You would think that we have learned, and we have learned enough to reduce the total numbers. We have learned enough that nearly 100 countries are on board a comprehensive prohibition, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, outlawing anything to do with nuclear weapons.
But Susie, none of those that have nuclear weapons have signed on to that, and that includes all the members of the UN Security Council. Dan, I mean, if you look at what happened in 1945, just compare for us, we don't know what could be used in any conflict. Let's hope there is no conflict. But compare that with the firepower that India and Pakistan have. What is the comparison?
If you took the total firepower, I think you would say that both India and Pakistan, or each of them, has in the vicinity of 80 times more firepower than was unleashed on Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined. Of course, both of those attacks were deliberately on, or uses of the bombs, were deliberately on civilian targets, and so the towns, cities, and so the numbers of killed were then very high. But yes, the Hiroshima bomb is a modest size nuclear weapon in terms of the physical damage that it would do. As we've been saying, there are limitations to our knowledge about exactly what weapons India and Pakistan have, and some of them may be of a smaller nuclear yield, less power than the Hiroshima bomb. But they're in that vicinity of them, and they have 170 each, whereas the USA used 2 in 1945.
It's all very grim, Elizabeth. Try to give us something a little bit more optimistic at the end. Where do you see the possible off-ramps are? And briefly, which countries could potentially help mediate this?
Yeah, I think fundamentally the onus is on both India and Pakistan as parties to this crisis and potential conflict to recognize that neither has an interest in escalation. So both are facing security challenges, India from China, Pakistan from Afghanistan, and threats on its western border. And there are also economic imperatives here. War is hugely costly, and Pakistan has only just stabilized its economy, while India is seeking to build its out and achieve a global role. And so with those interests in mind, I think this is an opportunity that we have now for both sides to take a step back, to recognize that enough has happened, enough has transpired, that this is a potential window of opportunity to step back from the brink. And I was pleased to see reports coming out that communication had been established between the national security advisors on both sides. And we're also seeing the U.S., Gulf countries working the phones, calls from restraint from China and Russia. And, I think in the bigger global picture right now, there is so much going on, strained bandwidth and crises around the world. And so the last thing that we need is the situation like this to escalate. And so my hope is that essentially cooler heads will prevail because this is a very precarious situation.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all our guests today on Inside Story, Dan Smith, Susie Snyder and Elizabeth Trelkeld. Al Jazeera continues its coverage of the latest developments from both India and Pakistan around the clock. If you want more context and analysis, please visit our website, aljazeera.com. If you have any comments on this issue, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or post them on X, where we are at AJ Inside Story. From me, James Bays, and the production team here in Doha, please stay safe. Bye-bye for now.
Stories of determination and joy from Mali.
Si on arrive à éduquer les enfants d'aujourd'hui à déjà voir notre métier comme un métier.
And Rwanda.
Mbere abazungu bataraza ubu abanyarwanda bakunda kwiyogoshesha gutya ariko bitewe n'amateka.
Short documentaries from African filmmakers. Africa Direct on Al Jazeera.
War doesn't speak. It screams. Its voice is suffering and oppression. Al Jazeera World follows a Palestinian sound engineer as he records the loss and destruction of the genocide. Gaza Soundman on Al Jazeera.
Caught in the line of fire, homes destroyed along the line of control in Kashmir as India and Pakistan exchange fire again. Hello, I'm Darren Jordan. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha. Also coming up, the US president calls for a month-long unconditional ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. 2 Israeli soldiers are killed in southern Gaza. They were reportedly in a building that collapsed during heavy fighting. And a day after his historic election at the Vatican, the new Pope, Leo XIV, will celebrate his first Mass. Heavy shelling is continuing between India and Pakistan for a third day, with both sides accusing each other of escalating hostilities. India says it's intercepted and destroyed Pakistani drones and missiles. There were also explosions heard in Indian-administered Kashmir. The exchanges have intensified since India's missile attack on several locations in Pakistan on Wednesday. New Delhi holds Islamabad responsible for an attack which killed 26 tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir last month, which Pakistan denies. Well, we're covering this story from across the region. In a moment, we'll hear from Kamal Haider in Islamabad. But first, let's go to Umar Miraj in Srinagar in Indian-administered Kashmir. Umar, so India says it's repelled a series of Pakistani drone attacks. Bring us up to date with what's happening at the line of control, Umar.
The tensions along the line of control have sharply escalated. The exchanges mark one of the most severe flare-ups in the region. Heavy artillery exchanges have been reported at multiple locations along the line of control, with Pakistani shells hitting the neighborhoods. At least 2 civilians have been killed and several others injured in the overnight shelling. Schools across the Kashmir have been closed. Civilians in the border villages are living under a growing fear and uncertainty. Thousands have fled their homes seeking shelter in safer locations. There are also reports of people stocking up essentials amid fears of prolonged conflict. The hospital and the emergency services are put on high alert. The current escalations for Kashmiris, they feel that it's leading to a dangerously and have deepened anxiety.
Yeah, and tell us a bit more then about those people, those thousands of people caught up along the line of control in Kashmir. How worried are they, Umar, about this hostility escalating even further?
For Kashmiris, the current escalations feels dangerous, leading to deepened anxiety because most of the shells from the Pakistan have landed in civilian neighborhoods, resulting into evacuation, mass evacuation. The residents say they're leaving their homes behind and belongings. It has created a sense of fear among them for those living there, and also they fear that more escalations may lead to a point where the civilians will have to face the burn.
All right, Umar Miraj, live there in Srinagar. Umar, thank you. Let's cross to Kamal Haider. He's in the Pakistani capital, Islamabad. Kamal, so just bring us up to date then with what Pakistani officials are saying about the latest fighting along the line of control.
Well, that line of control exchange has indeed intensified over the last few days. There have been casualties on the Pakistani side of the line of control, that is in Pakistan-administered Kashmir. Also, we are just getting reports that Pakistan has also shot down another 5 Indian drones in the Punjab province. Pakistan has said that India is constantly provoking Pakistan by using these drones. These are kamikaze drones, the purpose of which is to try to find out where Pakistani anti-aircraft and radar positions are located. However, Pakistan is engaging these drones with gunfire, anti-aircraft artillery mostly, rather than using missiles and switching on their radars so that they don't give away their locations. So this is indeed a very serious provocation after that incursion by the Indians, in which several civilians were killed, even a mosque was destroyed, residential areas were destroyed, in what India said were terror camps.
Kamal, so what more can you tell us as well about the broader international diplomatic effort to end the hostilities between both sides?
There's been a flurry of activity on that front. The Iranian foreign minister was in New Delhi yesterday to meet his counterpart. Also, the Americans have been saying that both sides should exercise maximum restraint. The Saudi foreign minister due here in Islamabad. He's already met the Indian foreign minister. However, Pakistan says that all these diplomatic efforts are being compromised because of the attitude of the Indian side, which is continuing to send these drones, which is a clear violation of the Pakistani sovereignty. So while those diplomatic efforts are underway, what happens on the ground has a great effect on what comes out of these diplomatic flurry of activity, because at the moment there seems to be no progress in trying to diffuse the situation on both sides.
All right, Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider live for us there in Islamabad. Kamal, thank you. Well, Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed is in Islamabad as well. He has more on how the escalating tensions are affecting people who live near the Kashmir line of control.
Funerals have been held for 31 people killed by what Pakistan is calling unprovoked Indian aggression against civilians. Even as people were being buried, more attacks were reported.
India has undertaken yet another blatant military act of aggression against Pakistan by sending Harap drones at multiple locations. Pakistan Armed Forces, being in a high state of alert and vigilance, have so far neutralized 12 Harap drones at various locations.
In several cities across Pakistan, protests have been taking place. Hundreds came out to the streets in the capital, Islamabad.
The attack that India carried out was on unarmed civilians, while the Pakistani army destroyed their military installations and aircrafts.
Palpable anger, but there's also concern that the situation could escalate even further. People in border towns and cities have been told to turn off their lights at night, and some have been evacuated, as Pakistan is adamant that it reserves the right to respond after India killed its citizens. And the escalating tensions are having an impact on tens of thousands of people. Flights at major airports, including Karachi, Lahore and Sialkot, were temporarily suspended. Pakistan says it cannot ignore an infringement of its integrity and sovereignty, and politicians want world powers to rein in India.
Pakistan does not seek war. We've never pursued the path to conflict, but India is making it very difficult, and they're once again threatening the peace and stability in all of South Asia. I do call on the international community to play their role, because this is not just a bilateral issue, this is a global issue. It's a potential global crisis between two nuclear-armed neighbors.
As more people are killed and bodies laid to rest, grief and anger are fanning the flames at one of the world's most dangerous nuclear flashpoints. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
Now, Russia is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. A military parade is getting underway now in Moscow. These are live pictures from there. The event is drawing global attention, with dozens of world leaders in attendance, including China's President Xi Jinping. Troops from Russia's allies are expected to take part in the parade. Security is high across the capital. President Putin proposed a 3-day ceasefire to mark the occasion, but Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky rejected it as a theatrical performance. US President Donald Trump has called for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine shortly after a phone call with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. He posted on social media saying, hopefully an acceptable ceasefire will be observed and both countries will be held accountable for respecting the sanctity of these direct negotiations. If the ceasefire is not respected, the US and its partners will impose further sanctions. Well, Ukrainian President Zelensky supports a 30-day ceasefire as well, and he wants Russia to do the same.
Україна готова до повного припинення вогню.
Ukraine's ready for a full ceasefire right now, right from this minute, for 30 days of silence. But it must be for real, so that there are no missile strikes, no drones, and so that there are not hundreds of assaults on the front. We need the Russians to respond to this properly, to support the ceasefire. They have to prove their readiness to end the war.
Alan Fisher reports now from Washington, D.C.
There is a growing sense in Washington that the Trump administration and Donald Trump himself is getting frustrated that he can't bring an end to the war in Ukraine. You'll remember that during the presidential election, he said he had a plan that would end it within 24 hours. 24 hours of him winning the election, not just getting in to the Oval Office. He's found that it's much harder to get both sides together. Now, there's been a couple of issues. First of all, no one was speaking about a ceasefire until Donald Trump put it very firmly front and centre. But his efforts to get a ceasefire have failed. Way back in March, he said that there was an agreement and the Ukrainians had signed up to a 30-day ceasefire and the Russians wouldn't sign on to that. They said that they could agree with the framework, but there was a couple of more things that they wanted, and the fighting continued. Donald Trump has grown frustrated with Vladimir Putin, telling him to stop the fighting and warning again that there could be more sanctions. And certainly about 10 days ago we heard from Marco Rubio saying the next week would be important, whether or not the United States would decide to walk away. J.D. Vance, the Vice President, said on Thursday that the Russians were perhaps asking for too much. And then in the White House on Wednesday, Donald Trump said decisions have to be made soon. Now he's calling for a 30-day ceasefire. He wants both sides to agree. The Ukrainians have said they're amenable. The Russians are still discussing it. And he said if it doesn't happen, then there will be more sanctions. But it's clear that he's getting frustrated. He's ready to walk away from this process. And he realised that suggesting that he could have perhaps brought this war to an end is not something that's going to happen anytime soon. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Israel has confirmed at least 2 soldiers were killed in an explosion on Thursday in southern Gaza. A number of other Israeli troops were wounded. The blast in Rafah caused a building to collapse. The armed wing of Hamas says its fighters were engaged in intense battles with Israeli forces. North Korean state media says the military has conducted an exercise simulating nuclear counterstrikes against South Korea and the United States. South Korea is calling it a clear act of provocation. Leader Kim Jong-un reportedly supervised the testing of several short-range ballistic missile systems and rocket launchers. Time for a short break here in Al Jazeera. When we come back, a string of mid-air close calls prompts the Trump administration to announce an overhaul of its air traffic control systems. More on that. Stay with us.
For 2 or 3 days, there's been a really strong wind blowing down the Gulf, and it first of all brought dust with it, then it's just been a strong wind. It's not the temperatures back where we've had middle 40s in some places in Oman and UAE. We're up to middle 30s now, more or less where it should be. The heat hasn't gone away, it's gone the other side, if you like, so Mecca's actually warming up. But if you jump north to Levant and Turkey, the picture's rather more reasonable. Warm sunshine in Oman, 33 degrees. That's true for Friday and Saturday, and an increase in the likelihood of showers or more persistent rain eventually in this part of Turkey, including Istanbul. A wet-looking day for you on Saturday. But wet is not the story for the most part. Except for a few showers running into the northwest of Iran, it is dry again. Temperatures are just below the 40 mark for the most part, except Baghdad at 43 and Mecca up to 43. A bit above the average, but I have to say, not very much. Now, we've seen heavy rain recently in Tanzania, through Kenya and up to Somalia and Ethiopia. There's actually a warning in Ethiopia of potential for big downpours and flash flooding. Seasonally, this is correct, if a little early, but that does suggest there will be some flooding from Somalia westwards.
In July 2024, protests by Bangladeshi students led to the downfall of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's authoritarian rule. In the second of a 2-part investigation, 101 East asks, what's next for Bangladesh? The Mother and the Monster, Part 2 on Al Jazeera.
unflinching journalism, award-winning programming, sharing personal stories with a global audience. Explore an abundance of world-class programming on Al Jazeera.
Hello again, you're watching Al Jazeera. A quick reminder of our top stories here this hour. Heavy shelling between India and Pakistan has been continuing for a third day, with both sides accusing each other of escalating hostilities. India says it's intercepted and destroyed Pakistani drones and missiles. There were also explosions heard in Indian-administered Kashmir. US President Donald Trump is calling for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, following a phone call with Volodymyr Zelensky. He says if a ceasefire isn't implemented, the US and its partners will impose yet more sanctions. At least 2 Israeli soldiers have been killed in an explosion in Rafah, southern Gaza, on Thursday. A number of other Israeli troops were wounded and taken to hospital. Now, a Palestinian student activist who was detained and threatened with deportation from the US has spoken with Al Jazeera about his experience. Mohsen Madawi, who's originally from the occupied West Bank, was released by a court in his home state of Vermont last week. Our correspondent, Christian Salumi, began by asking him about his arrest during what was supposed to be the final interview for his US citizenship.
The agents were hiding in the lobby of the office, and others were hiding in cars in the parking lot. And the way I believe that it is a trap is their whole plan was to ship me to Louisiana so I would be isolated from my community and from legal support. They had the airplane tickets, commercial flight, printed with my name on it. But I was lucky enough that we missed the flight by 9 minutes.
Might have been a different outcome.
I mean, if the plan worked out as they have laid it down, we would not be having this interview.
How did growing up in the West Bank influence your activism?
As a child, I saw my best friend getting shot in front of my eyes, and I held him, and he was perished. On my birthday, when I turned 11 years old, instead of celebrating my birthday with my uncle, I walked in his funeral. What we see happening in Gaza, my people are being killed. My extended family, more than 30 family members have been killed. And my family members in the West Bank, 4 cousins since October 7th. And this is what motivates me, because I believe that the American people are good people and they don't know about what is happening there.
Now, the new Pope is set to hold his first Mass later on Friday. Leo XIV is the first pontiff from the United States and now leads 1.4 billion Roman Catholics around the world. Tens of thousands watched him make his first appearance from the balcony at St. Peter's Basilica. Jonah Hull reports from the Vatican.
The blessings of a new Pope.
La pace sia con tutti voi.
The man once known as Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost from Chicago, now hailed from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica as Pope Leo XIV.
We want a church which always looks for peace, always looks for charity, always looks to be close, especially to those who suffer.
Well, people in this square and around the Catholic world have caught their first glimpse of the new Pope. They've heard his first words. An American Pope. Not many here would have predicted that, but this is about faith, and faith they have. Habemus Papam! An American Pope, did you see that coming?
Never. I could have never thought that. I mean, I think we were speculating Italian or even from the Philippines, but...
There's never been an American Pope. It's a big moment, right?
Yeah, it was definitely unexpected.
His chosen papal name, Leo, suggests strength in crisis. And while his moderate liberal views align with the progressive ideals of Pope Francis, an expert knowledge of church law will have appealed to traditionalists, the qualities then of a bridge builder across a divided church.
You're emotional, you're excited?
Yes, very, very excited. And, you know, we need the union. We need to be together.
And it came after a conclave of cardinals that reached a decision in near record time, just 4 votes in 24 hours.
Many in the crowd had given up hope of white smoke this afternoon, and then suddenly it happened. The white smoke still hanging in the sky over there, the bells tolling across St. Peter's Square, the crowd jubilant.
So happy that we got to see the white smoke. Huge historical moment for the world and for Catholicism. It's wonderful.
A global congregation delighted, and not least because at 69 the new Pope is also a relatively young Pope, the age of Leo XIV promising the stability of longevity in turbulent times. Jonah Hull, Al Jazeera at the Vatican.
Well, Paul Collins is a church historian. He says Pope Leo XIV was chosen to address the unique challenges the world is now facing.
They brought in an American to deal with an American president and with an American government, and I think that that makes quite a lot of sense. I was astonished, but the reality is I think this man will certainly follow the general agenda of Pope Francis: environment, workers' rights, immigration, migrants, all of that will be very much part of his agenda. The Vatican is very experienced diplomatically. They've got some very good people there who know the world very well. The Vatican invented diplomacy, really. So they know how to deal with the kind of issues that the world faces, and they have already been working, especially in the Ukrainian situation, but also in the situation in Gaza. They have already been working there to try to bring about peace. And after all, peace was the very first word that this Pope said publicly. Peace be with you, he said right at the beginning of his speech from the balcony of St. Peter's. So it will be a big priority for him, and I'm confident that the Vatican does have the ability to be able to build those structures of peace. But it's going to be hard work, especially given some of the world leaders at the present moment.
The US and the UK have reached a trade deal. It's the first such agreement since President Trump began imposing wide-reaching global tariffs. Trump and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced the deal in a televised phone conversation. Right now? The UK says the deal will reduce tariffs on British cars and eliminate levies on steel and aluminium. Trump says the deal will lead to greater sales of US farming products.
Both countries have agreed that the economic security is national security, and will be working together as allies to ensure that we have a strong industrial base, appropriate export controls and protections for key technologies and industries like steel. Steel is a big factor.
Right
Both
now,
countries
maybe
will
better.
become stronger with steel and things necessary for military. You know, we used to build ships and other things literally at a level that nobody's ever seen, and we haven't, we've eased up, and I would say that the UK certainly eased up, but now we're going to be uneasing both, and we work together.
Al Jazeera's Sonia Gallego has more now from London.
You could sense the relief from both the British and the US governments as they were able to announce they had reached an agreement on a trade deal. While this deal does slash tariffs on Britain's car, steel and aluminium sector, it is still a narrow deal. Nevertheless, that didn't stop President Donald Trump from hailing it as a victory. And that message was echoed by the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who said that it didn't amount to a lowering of British standards, but opportunities for the country.
The great challenge of our age is to secure and to renew Britain. And that is what we're going to do. Acting in the national interest, shaping this new era, not being shaped by it. If it's not good for Britain, we won't do it. If it doesn't mean more money in people's pockets, we won't do it. If it doesn't mean security and renewal in every part of the country, we won't do it. Instead, we're sending a message to the world that Britain is open for business.
Well, the final details of the deal will be hashed out over the next few weeks. Both countries have underlined just how important it is, not just for economic opportunities for both countries, but also how the opportunities will provide an element of security for both the UK and the US. They also underline the significance of announcing this deal on Victory in Europe Day. Nevertheless, there are questions over really how much of a positive it is for the UK. The US is very much the dominant partner in this deal, and it is questionable exactly how much economic benefit is going to trickle down to the UK economy. There is also the question of the UK's negotiations for a deal with the European Union. And the European Union itself might have questions over how it can proceed with the deal when there are issues over agri-foods and data transfers. So while it is hugely symbolic, it may be questionable exactly how much economic benefit there is for the United Kingdom. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, London.
To Hong Kong now, where an enterprise union is warning of potential employee layoffs in companies reliant on the American market. Businesses are feeling the pain of the Trump administration's import levies, together with the end of a customs exemption on cheaper exports from Hong Kong and mainland China. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
Richard Chan says he started his Christmas decoration business 28 years ago to bring joy, but the uncertainty from US tariffs is causing him concern.
Around 87% of Christmas decorations sold in American stores are made in factories in mainland China like this one. Chan has started production on an order from his US buyer, as it typically takes months to make and ship products to the United States. He says the US accounts for around 10% of his business.
If they don't want the products, I will incur losses. I hope this situation resolves quickly. It's really painful to keep dragging this out.
Hong Kong Small and Medium Enterprises Association Honorary Chair Danny Lau warns the longer the higher tariffs remain, companies who rely on the large American market will be forced to make layoffs, including his aluminium-coated panel business, which has seen a drop in orders from the United States for the rest of the year.
If you don't have business, why I need the staff for? Unless you're trying to open up other markets successfully. But open up another market is not easy.
Hong Kong is pressing ahead with looking to new markets, with leader John Lee heading to Qatar and Kuwait.
Experts say the trade war triggered by Donald Trump's tariff policies is nothing less than a resetting of the rules, and that many businesses are treading water as they wait to see at what level tariffs will eventually land. But the longer it takes to resolve this standoff, the worse it is for businesses in the long term.
So far, Hong Kong is maintaining its free port status, but the US no longer treats Hong Kong as different from mainland China, and trade taxes apply to imports from both locations. Beijing has responded with its own levies on some American goods. Experts say the city will need to adapt to this new reality.
For Hong Kong, the US-China economic relationship is vital to know what its trade volumes will look like, at least with the United States, as well as all of these other deals that are happening around the world. All of these will affect Hong Kong as a global port.
Richard Chan says the next 2 months will be crucial for the world's two biggest economies to strike a deal, or there will be mounting risks that American consumers won't be able to enjoy a Merry Christmas season. Laura Westbrook, Al Jazeera, Hong Kong.
Now, the Trump administration says it'll upgrade the aging air traffic control system across the United States after a series of near misses. It says it's also trying to hire more air traffic controllers, despite laying off hundreds of aviation employees back in February. Al Jazeera's Hadi Jocasta reports now from Washington.
At a 1951, how do you hear me?
An air traffic controller tries 5 times to reach the pilot of an incoming airplane before he finally gets through.
I got you loud and clear now, United 1951.
It was by sheer luck that a 30-second communications and radar blackout at Newark Airport last week did not result in tragedy. But the incident made clear the need to fix the U.S.'s broken air traffic control system.
And if we don't actually accomplish the mission that we're announcing today, you will see Newark's, not just in Newark, you'll see Newark's in other parts of the country because it's an aging system. And so we have to actually upgrade it.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the Trump administration wants to modernize the nation's antiquated tools like floppy disks and paper strips still in use today to control air traffic at the nation's 520 airports.
Do you know where we go? eBay.
Duffy says as part of the upgrade, 600 radars must be replaced and workers need new buildings. He gave a timeline of 3 to 4 years to complete, but offered no details, like the cost of the project. Congress would have to approve the funding, likely to be in the tens of billions.
Both political parties in Washington have recognized the urgent need to reform the air traffic control system in the U.S. In January, that system failed to prevent a mid-air collision between an Army helicopter and an American Airlines passenger jet just outside the nation's capital. All 67 people aboard died.
Earlier this week, another 3 planes had to abort landings at the same airport.
In the wake of the tragic mid-air collision over the Potomac and a trend of runway near misses, we have to get this right.
Staffing shortages is another major problem. The Trump administration says it's trying to hire more air traffic controllers, but it laid off 400 federal aviation employees in February with the help of Elon Musk. Musk says his company, SpaceX, could help with the proposed system upgrade, drawing criticism for a conflict of interest. Meanwhile, the turmoil has led to more air traffic controller resignations and some 45 workers taking trauma leave after the Newark blackout. The airport has been racked with flight delays since.
I was delayed getting in here on United and I'm getting delayed getting out of here on JetBlue. I'm just a little annoyed because I've never been delayed so much in my life.
The U.S. government has long recognized the need to update its air traffic control system, but past efforts have been slow, putting millions of air travelers at increasing risk. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Senegal's parliament has voted to order a special court to try 5 former government ministers accused of corruption. They served under former President Macky Sall and have been accused of diverting money from a fund meant to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. The opposition says the case is a witch hunt. MPs also voted to lift immunity from prosecution for 2 opposition lawmakers linked to the allegations. That's it from me, Darren Jordan. The news continues here on Al Jazeera after Generation Change. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Roadblocks, lock-ons and public confrontation. Young people across the UK are putting their bodies on the line to force attention onto the issues that matter to them. Meanwhile, the UK government is clamping down on protests it considers disruptive and antisocial, with new rules and harsher consequences. Welcome to Generation Change, a global series that attempts to understand and challenge the ideas that mobilise youth around the world. Today we meet 2 activists who use different methods to push and lobby for change. Whether it's direct action or engaging with the political system, they campaign on issues ranging from the climate emergency to migrant rights and the global arms trade. So Fatima, you were born in Canada to Somali parents, but you grew up here in London. What planted the seed of activism for you?
What planted the seed for me was growing up in the early 2000s, at the backdrop of the Iraq War. Everywhere you looked, the media was talking about Muslims and talking about people that looked like me, and I think that filled me with a lot of anger and kind of confusion. And I became quite obsessed with politics. If I didn't engage in it, politics was definitely engaging with me and my identity and setting the terms, and I didn't want that to happen.
I think people are familiar with the term climate crisis or climate emergency, but you've spoken about climate justice. What do you mean when you talk about that?
For a long time, we've talked about climate change as an environmental issue, right? But climate change is a symptom of a system that's breaking down and not working and responsible for a lot of other injustices. So whether we're talking about racial injustice, whether we're talking about the housing crisis or inequality, at the heart of it is an economy that prioritizes profit and profit for the few, and then is plundering people and planet. So we have the same companies who are responsible for the vast majority of emissions are also responsible for poor working conditions and low wages. They're also responsible for not paying taxes. And who has to pick up the bill? People. So when we talk about climate justice, we talk about building a hopeful vision of the future that means we can tackle other social injustices in the pursuit of tackling climate change.
A lot of people would say that there are many climate movements at the moment which are fighting against the climate crisis. So where did you see a gap for your organisation, Green New Deal Rising?
In G&D Rising, we have embedded an analysis of things that the climate movement hasn't necessarily gotten right. One of them is the climate movement for a long time has been white and middle class. And we all know in order to beat something as big as climate change, we need everyone. And so how do we include everyone? What if we built an economy that's only priority was to serve people and planet? We would have an economy that invested in communities, that built wealth for communities, that lived within planetary boundaries because we're investing in renewables and public transport. And that's what we're doing at Green New Deal Rising is we're talking about the Green New Deal, which is an economic transformation that allows us to thrive in the future and tackle climate change. The other thing that's super different about what we're doing is we're political. Our main tactic is to find MPs and hold them accountable and to challenge them and to film them so that we have them on record. And when we put them online, you know, it's up to the electorate to decide whether these people are for us and against us. There's not much in that suitcase, is there? Where's the climate finance, Rishi? One of our most popular challenges is when we challenge Priti Patel, the former Home Secretary, who's passing the plan to kind of offshore refugees and migrants to Rwanda for processing. And we went to a fundraising dinner she was hosting and disrupted that engagement.
Priti Patel, as a young person who wants to live in a fair and compassionate society.
And actually it went viral, and I think a lot of people looked at it and asked themselves, why are climate activists talking about migration? Things like the Rwanda plan are just a distraction to get us to be angry at migrants, people who just want better lives and opportunities, instead of being angry at a political class that is just taking more and more from working people and giving us less in return.
Huda, your dad is Palestinian, your mom is Iraqi, but you were born and bred in the UK. How did your family story and background shape your worldview?
Well, for my family, we were actually the only ones from both sides of the family to ever come to a Western country. So most of my dad's family were living in Jordan or in exile, and all of my mom's family were living in Iraq. So when you grow up here with that kind of background, it's very difficult to not be politically aware.
As a young person, what was your first kind of experience of activism and doing the type of work that you do?
So I was researching into my university, and I set up a boycott, divestment and sanctions campaign and got many students and academics on board. And then later went on to replicate this at other universities. And this really laid the foundations for what later was formed as Palestine Action.
Can you tell me a little bit about Palestine Action and what led you to want to start it?
So Palestine Action is a direct action network, and our main focus and our main target is Elbit Systems, which is Israel's largest arms firm. And specifically, it was started because all other avenues to bring an arms embargo between Britain and Israel had failed, including through the political process, through Labour specifically, which I was involved in. And when every other route fails, then direct action was the route left open for us. So we started off by initially storming into their headquarters in London, spray painting across their offices, and kept going back again and again. And eventually more and more people joined our network. So one of their massive factories in Oldham was forced to sell at a massive loss, and they were forced to abandon their London headquarters. So for us, we want to continue to grow this movement until all of Elbit sites are shut down in this country.
Can you explain why you've chosen to focus on Elbit Systems?
They produce the vast majority of Israel's military drone fleet, and we've seen how this is used on the captive population of Gaza routinely. They market them as battle-tested or combat-proven, and then use that to sell it on to other regimes across the world. They've been used against the people of Kashmir, for example, Iraq, Afghanistan, and many other places, also against refugees here who are trying to seek safety in this country. They also build the electronics for the apartheid wall. The same system is being used between US and Mexico, so we can see how it starts off in Palestine and then is used against other people across the world.
Can you explain exactly what risks you run yourself in order to carry this out?
We were quite heavily targeted, I think, at the start of Palestine Action. And we saw that followed up by raids on our homes for the co-founders, including arresting Richard Barnard, another co-founder, for blackmail. And this was after he said that he would go on hunger strike if the landlords did not evict Elbit.
Continuation with Pope Francis's kind of urging the church in a direction. But I think we can probably expect fewer off-the-cuff remarks. You know, Pope Francis was known for these kind of pastoral sayings. You know, he would say things like, you know, when you're married, it's okay to let the dishes fly and hit the wall. Just don't go to bed angry. Or some of his more famous off-the-cuff sayings about who am I to judge about a homosexual priest? Or and then it was kind of like, okay, well, how do we make sense of this? I probably expect fewer of those off-the-cuff kinds of remarks from Pope Leo XIV. But I do expect his closeness to the poor and his way of interacting with people, listening carefully to people, engaging with them. I expect to see more of that.
It was impressive just to see the crowds there as we're getting a few shots and just the outpouring of emotion that was happening there a bit earlier today in the Vatican City. And I do want to also talk about a major point that also has to go into it. You talked about America's stage and our presence there on the international stage. But let's also look at some of the other reactions that have been pouring in from other world leaders as well. Take a look at here on your screen. This is the Prime Minister there in France, Emmanuel Macron, saying a historic moment for the Catholic Church and its millions of faithful. To Pope Leo XIV and to all Catholics in France and all around the world, I extend a message of fraternity. On this May 8th, may this new pontificate be one of peace and hope. Also, more reaction continuing to pour in from others, including UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, saying the election of Pope Leo XIV is a deeply profound moment of joy for Catholics in the United Kingdom and around the world. I look forward to meeting the Holy Father soon. Lastly, one last tweet that we want to go ahead and put up there on our screen, some of that last reaction coming in from the European Commission, saying we sincerely congratulate His Holiness Leo XIV on his election as Pope and head of the Catholic Church. We wish that his pontificate may be guided by wisdom and strength as he leads the Catholic community and inspires the world through his commitment to peace and dialogue. Obviously, with all of this reaction pouring in, we have to be quite frank. International relations are so important when you're in this position. What do we think, or can you foresee anything being the biggest hurdle or the biggest challenge as Pope Leo XIV steps into his new position?
Sure, it's a big job. There's a lot to manage and a lot to pay attention to. I think as we see there, both from von der Leyen and from Macron, both of them mentioned peace, which they were paying attention perhaps closely. The first words from Pope Leo XIV were peace be with you, which of course is a common expression in the Catholic Church, but he chose that to be his first words. And then he continued, if I counted correctly, throughout his initial words, used the word peace 10 times. 10 times. So I think that he's signaling here that he is very interested in the role that the Vatican has played over the decades and even centuries of diplomacy, of making a space for nations to be able to have conversations that are more difficult or could be fraught. So, for example, Pope John the 23rd was instrumental in the discussions that led to the easing of the Cuban Missile Crisis in the early 60s. And then, John Paul II, for example, in his visit to Poland, was instrumental in the kind of fall of the communist regime there. But even in more subtle ways, I think the Vatican has been very good. Its diplomacy efforts and the popes have been very good at trying to take some of the heat out of those conversations and allow what can be moments of conflict for world leaders to help that dialogue proceed. And so I get the impression from Pope Leo XIV here that he is signaling to us that is something that he really wants to emphasize in his papacy. Of course, we'll see how that plays out. And of course, a world that is torn in many ways by strife and conflict.
And it has been interesting to watch. And of course, like we were saying, some of that reaction is still continuing to pour in. I want to focus, though, on his hometown there in Chicago. We still have a live look there into the Windy City overlooking the Great Lakes. Beautiful shot there. Of course, the hometown of Pope Leo XIV. And they're getting in on some of the reaction as well. I want to put this up to end on kind of a fun note here. Chicago Cubs putting out congratulations to Pope Leo XIV. And in that picture, it says, "Hey, Chicago." He's a Cubs fan, but then, of course, we have the White Sox looking back. And there was another photo there. It says, well, would you look at that? Congratulations to Chicago's own Pope Leo XIV. That there is a screenshot of a video of his brother actually speaking, saying that Pope Leo XIV is actually a White Sox fan, not a Cubs fan at all. It's fun to see them sort of having this reaction and talking a little bit more about this, having a little fun with this newly elected Pope.
Yeah, I think, we've seen sometimes among U.S. bishops these kind of fun bets that happen over the Super Bowl or in the World Series between cities. And obviously, for Chicagoans, an enthusiastic moment. We, as I said at the start, no one really expected a pope from the U.S. I think I was having a conversation with a journalist a week and a half ago, and they said, so, chances of a U.S. pope? And I said, 0. And I was not the only one. So I think we're all surprised. It's a great moment for the U.S. Church, which, as you pointed out earlier, is relatively young. The U.S. likes to think of itself as the center of everything, but of course, when it comes to the Catholic Church, not at all. Not at all. The Church is much wider and broader, and historically extends much further than the advent of our country. But this is really an exciting time. Cubs fan or White Sox fan?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we'll all still be looking to see how his new position and how he shapes up in the next few days as those things will continue to come out of the Vatican City. And again, we do want to thank for you for bringing with us this evening, Tim Gabrielli there at the University of Dayton, here to break down the very latest as it pertains to Pope Leo XIV officially becoming the Pope. We appreciate you for joining us.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We are in a new hour. We just dedicated the last hour or so of our coverage to really covering what is a monumental event for so many around the world. A new pope has been elected, Pope Leo XIV, the first American pope. Do want to still continue to show you this live look there in the Vatican City. St. Peter's Basilica, the square there, it was filled with people earlier today as they were celebrating the new pope leading the church. But of course, being an American is one of the biggest headlines as well. So we'll be checking back in with this in the 7 o'clock hour, going around to different cities here in the United States, getting some of that reaction from local Catholics as they celebrate this new leader being elected. In the meantime, though, let's go ahead and turn our attention to some of those other top stories there in Washington, D.C. Namely, we now know that President Trump has announced a new trade deal with the United Kingdom. Let's now check in with Fox's Jared Halpern. He has much more on those details.
We're going to have a continued, maybe a better relationship than ever before.
President Trump closed his first new trade deal since launching a tariff war, announcing a revamping of America's economic relationship with the UK. The president says he will cut tariffs to 10% on automobiles and eliminate tariffs for steel and aluminum imports. In return, the U.S. will have more access to British markets for American products like beef and airplanes.
It's opening up the country that we really didn't have the kind of access to that I would have thought. I was surprised. I think it's why the deal never got done before.
And British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says it's a big win for both countries.
We've always had a fair and balanced arrangement between our countries. This builds on that.
But there is still no word of a deal with America's biggest trading partners, and a number of major corporations are now warning revenues will go down and prices will go up if the tariffs aren't lifted soon.
The economy is collapsing. Trump tariffs are raising costs on hardworking American taxpayers.
One of the biggest concerns is China, facing a 145% tariff on its exports into the U.S. President Trump says if upcoming trade talks go well, that number could come down. But Beijing has been talking tough ahead of those negotiations.
If the U.S. attempts to continue its coercion and blackmail, by no means will China agree.
The first round of trade talks with China are scheduled to kick off this weekend in Switzerland. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Our thanks to Jared Halpern for that report, taking another live look there in Washington, D.C. As we listened in just to a bit of that meeting that happened there in the Oval Office about an hour or so ago, I want to dive, though, into some of these details, bringing into the conversation now reporter with Political, Ari Hawkins. Ari, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's start with the very basics. Of course, we know that Trump's tariffs, they've defined much of this second presidency. Let's talk about the importance of now hearing that this new trade deal has been established there with the United Kingdom.
So one of the things that we do know from this agreement is that it will likely set the tone for the coming deals in the weeks and months that we'll see ahead. It's more of a broad framework that effectively lays out a pathway for future negotiations on some of the most contentious issues, while at the same time giving some tangible wins. What's notable here is that the United Kingdom, being a country that doesn't have a trade deficit with the United States, was easier to negotiate with than some of these other countries that are a bit more economically close to China, for instance. And what all of that means is that this agreement here, we can really sort of take a look and see how it will sort of play out with a lot of the other countries going forward here. We saw that the U.S. opted to slash its tariff on steel and aluminum imports, or at least establish a pathway to do so, and cut its tariffs on automotives and automotive parts. Now, some of the most pressing issues that the UK wanted to see a reduction on, like the 10% universal tariff, remains in effect, meaning that even with countries that the US has the most agreement with, that doesn't have the trade deficit, there is still contentious issues that are really unable to be resolved.
And it is interesting because Trump himself said in that meeting there in the Oval Office, like you said, the final details are still being written and to come out over the coming weeks. Is this standard, though, when you're announcing a trade deal that you don't have all the details worked out first and you're sort of just telling the American people and people there in the United Kingdom that we have a framework, we have an idea?
This is not the standard trade deal. A typical trade deal takes about an average of 18 months to negotiate. There are certain trade deals from the first Trump administration and the Biden administration that took years to negotiate, and some that never came to fruition. This framework is not what a lot of diplomats that we've been speaking to would describe as a deal. It's more of a memo or a framework for negotiations. In some ways, frankly, it underscores the increasing desperation from the Trump administration to try to get an agreement, to try to calm some of these market indicators. You can see some polls reflecting some anxiety from voters. You can see some Republican lawmakers starting to get a little bit anxious about whether or not there's an off-ramp or a method to the madness, so to speak, for all of these negotiations. And this is what this framework or this memo that's being described as a deal can really help to ease.
I'm glad you mentioned that because so many people here in the United States said that they voted for President Trump because of his tough negotiating skills. Are we going to see a payoff in that sense, that tough negotiations as he's trying to do with some of these tariffs, ending up with better trade agreements for the United States?
I think time will tell on that front. There are certain aspects of this deal that benefits the U.S. The United States for quite some time has taken issue with certain unfair trade barriers that it's ascribed to certain countries. The United Kingdom agreed to, for instance, eliminate its tariff on ethanol, which is something that the U.S. Farm community has advocated for consistently, meaning that it is possible that through these agreements, there are a number of beneficial provisions that come out of this that benefits the U.S., or at least benefits what the Trump administration is trying to do here. It's quite difficult to see how these negotiations are going to go, particularly when there's economies that have much higher trade interests with countries like China. But there can be a number of tangible benefits that come out of these, but we'll have to wait and see.
All right, let's dive into the China aspect of it all. Of course, we know that it has been one of the biggest sticking points when it comes to Trump's tariffs. Of course, they're receiving the hardest enforcement of these tariffs as well. Where do we stand right now in that trade agreement? Are we looking, or is anything on the horizon that we can sort of see of things starting to calm down on that front?
That's such a good question. So the U.S. has imposed a 145% tariff on China. The Chinese have imposed triple-digit duties in retaliation. And even people close to the White House, close into Trump's orbit, will acknowledge that this level of trade with such a major trading partner is not sustainable. These tariffs will have to come down at one point or another. We can see Secretary the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer will be meeting with the Chinese over the weekend in Switzerland. There are a number of people who are closely watching this, and people close to the Trump world are indicating that it is possible that there could be a reduction in tariffs, although it's not likely to be a comprehensive trade deal that brings these tariffs down entirely. That said, there is a pathway here to reduce tensions and to slash some tariffs to enable at least some level of trade.
And so we've also been watching this meeting that happened there in the Oval Office earlier today. Isn't the only meeting that's been happening there this week. We do know, of course, that the new Canadian Prime Minister, also Mark Carney, he came to Washington, D.C., sat down with President Trump. They held that joint meeting as well. Of course, the topic of tariffs was brought up then as well, our neighbors to the north. Where do we stand right now with Canada? We know that there is a future meeting as well planned between the two leaders when Trump does go up to Canada as well.
So Canada is in a really interesting space. The U.S. has a free trade agreement with both Mexico and Canada as part of the USMCA. That's up for renegotiations next year. They weren't hit with the levels of tariffs that other countries saw, particularly countries like China or countries in Asia. And what that means is that this meeting was really about lowering the temperature. We saw a lot of outward hostility between Trump towards Justin Trudeau. We saw a lot of difficulty in that negotiations, and the new Canadian Prime Minister, despite politically not being on the same page in many respects as the Trump administration, does seem to have that clean slate. We saw much lighter rhetoric on him. It seemed as if the conversations went well, and what they needed to do here was level set to calm down the hostilities on both sides and lay down a pathway for future negotiations, which will frankly kick into gear in pretty intense fashion in the coming year.
And Ari, you brought it up a bit earlier in our conversation when we were touching on the stock market, the uncertainty that has been over the last few months due to some of these trade agreements on the rocks. Do you think that we'll see a significant change tomorrow as the markets open up with the new announcement of this trade framework there with the United Kingdom?
We're going to see a reaction to this trade deal, and that's going to be a positive for the president comparatively to the just outward chaos that we've seen in recent days. However, the trade agreement leaves quite a lot of questions on the table. A lot of the most aggressive provisions have still to be worked out, meaning that this framework, it's not quite clear if this will translate to something that is as firm and as tangible as these traditional free trade agreements, which again, take months, if not years, to negotiate. That means we likely will see some calmness in the market as a response to this. It is an indication that the Trump administration is eyeing agreements, that they are able to deal make, that this so-called deal man will be able to have these negotiations, at least with some trading partners, and the markets will respond to that. At the same time, the, for instance, 10% tariff that Trump imposed is still in effect, meaning that the UK is still being hit with much higher tariffs than prior to the Trump administration, and that has not been resolved. That will be reflected as well.
All right, again, Ari Hawkins, their reporter with Politico, helping us to break down some of these new trade deals that have been announced. Ari, before I let you go, anything else that we should be on the lookout for? Anything else on your radar as well?
I think one thing that is on my radar is who in the Trump administration is calling the shots on these trade deals. Our reporting has indicated that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is going to be at the forefront of a lot of these negotiations. Something to note about him is that he is well attuned to market dynamics. We have reporting indicating that he was one of the individuals deeply involved with getting Trump to back off of his so-called reciprocal tariffs to implement that 90-day pause. He will be going with the U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Breer, who is seen as much more aggressive on China. It's unclear at this point which faction of the administration is going to win out in that discussion, even as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent does seem at the forefront for now. Whether that changes, that's anyone's guess.
Anyone's guess, and so we'll continue to follow it here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, there with Political, Ari Hawkins here to help us break everything down. We certainly appreciate you for joining us this evening. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Let's turn our attention now overseas as Prime Minister Keir Starmer is reacting to this announcement of a trade deal between the United States and the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Adrian, and thank you to all of you. It was fantastic to be with you.
This is coming on the backdrop of shells that have landed in more towns and villages on the border inside Pakistan. At least 5 villages, civilians have been killed as well. And you saw what had been ratcheting up through the day in the last 24 hours in major towns and cities in Pakistan, where the Pakistani military says it has downed 25 drones, and India saying that Pakistan has attacked places on the other side as well. So it feels that this escalation is on an upward spiral and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. We are expecting more diplomacy in the next coming hours. There's been a contact with the Pakistani Prime Minister, with the US Secretary of State. There's been a call this morning between the Foreign Minister and the the Iranian Foreign Minister, rather, who was in India in the last 24 hours. So as we see a lot of escalation on the battlefront, there are behind-the-scenes diplomatic efforts underway to try and de-escalate.
Okay, thanks so much, Osama. Osama bin Javed for us in MECCA in Pakistan. Well, joining me now is Uday Chandra, an assistant professor of government at Georgetown University. Thanks very much for being with us here. If we could, first of all, start by taking a bit of a step back and if you can give us some context about exactly what we're seeing here, because it seems the nature of any conflict between India and Pakistan is quite different from many other conflicts around the world, because we see this pattern of escalation and then de-escalation, you know, flowing one to the next. Is that what we can expect here, for things to flare up and then both sides to pull back a little bit?
I think so. I think once upon a time in the last century, before these countries acquired nuclear weapons, it was possible to go out for all-out war, talk about territorial gains. That's not an issue. At this point, it's all symbolic. It's all feeding a certain kind of nationalist ideology and catering to domestic audiences. So that's why you have skirmishes on the border. You might have airstrikes of the kind that we're having now on both sides. And then obviously there's a lot of boastfulness. And also denials. So you know, there's a certain pattern, but it's all rhetorical. It's all discursive. And the idea really is to speak to domestic audiences, but also convey to the international community some notion of strength. But you know, I do agree with your correspondent that there's an escalation that's happened. It's gone beyond the regular border skirmishes, and it's really important to stop the spiral from continuing, because these are nuclear-armed states, after all.
Exactly. Just on that, because they are both nuclear armed, it gives a different level to what is happening here. How does that change the considerations for both sides when they both clearly are nuclear armed?
I think it's a bit different. It's a bit asymmetric for India and Pakistan in this case, because I don't really think we're in a world where nuclear deterrence in the Cold War sense can be assumed, that both sides are armed, because technology has evolved. We have short-range missiles which are possible, which can cause immense damage, killing millions of people. So it just seems to me that the spiral really needs to be stopped for it to go to that level. But I think the willingness of both sides to use weapons to prove a point is not something that we should underestimate.
How do we, I guess, see through the fog of war? Like you say, there are so many claims and allegations and denials from both sides that it's really hard to understand exactly what is happening along that line of control. So how do we see through that and see it for what it is?
I think, you know, the border skirmishes are pretty much a constant every time tensions are ratcheted up. I think what is different here are the civilians who are being targeted, schools, public places, and major cities and towns in northern India and Pakistan are on red alert. There are blackouts, there are drills that are carrying on, airports are closed. So that's unusual. That hasn't really happened in my lifetime. And that's worrying, because it suggests that the symbolic can quickly spill over to something far more dangerous.
Just finally, can you just talk us through the end goal here for both sides? What do they actually want at the end of this?
Well, it's clearly not territorial gains, and it's clear that Kashmir's future isn't going to be decided. So all we can really hope for is to satisfy a kind of bloodlust on the Indian side, but also show on the Pakistani side that that Pakistan isn't that weak as people assume.
Thank you so much, Uday. We really do appreciate you talking us through what is a very complex proposition that India and Pakistan are facing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Russia is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. Military parades across the country are underway. The events are drawing global attention, with dozens of world leaders in attendance, including China's President Xi Jinping. Troops from Russia's allies, including China, Egypt, Vietnam, Myanmar, and several former Soviet states, are expected to take part in the parade. President Putin proposed a 3-day ceasefire to mark the occasion, but Ukraine's President Zelensky rejected it as a theatrical performance. Well, we're joined now by Yulia Shapovalova, who is in Moscow, and obviously this is a very significant day for Russia. Can you just explain for all of our international viewers why it is so important?
Well, absolutely right. Russia's marking the 80th anniversary, as you said, of Victory Day, commemorating Soviet and Allied forces' victory over Nazi Germany. It's marking the end of World War II in Europe and victory in the Great Patriotic War. The Great Patriotic War, that's how people of Russia and other former Soviet Union states call the conflict fought during the period from June 1941 to May 1945 along the Eastern Front of World War II. Primarily between the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany. The Soviet Union role was enormous. It became the main battleground of World War II in Europe. Nazi Germany threw the largest contingent of troops into the Eastern Front and lost millions of its soldiers there. The Soviet Red Army stopped their onslaught and turned them back. Battles for Stalingrad, Kursk, Leningrad, Moscow became the symbol of the Soviet resistance and victory in this war. And the Soviet Union liberated its territory, of course, and played a major role in defeating Nazi Germany in Europe until Nazi Germany capitulated in May 1945. And this is, of course, a very sad day, a day of remembrance for all the victims of this war, all the fallen soldiers and countless civilians. The war engaged the efforts of the entire civilian population of the USSR the country paid a horrific price, losing 27 million people in this war. Every family in this country has lost its loved ones, lost those who were killed or went missing or burned in concentration camps. So people of Russia and the former Soviet Union remember heroes of this war, home front workers, those who survived occupation, famine, bombings. That's why these commemorations are so important.
Okay, Yulia, we saw some pictures of Chinese President Xi Jinping a little earlier at the parade. Which other world leaders have arrived there?
Absolutely right. Xi Jinping and his wife are participating in commemorations in Moscow these days. Around 28 leaders are here as well as numerous delegations from different countries. Vladimir Putin are also going to meet them all. He's meeting presidents of Brazil, Egypt, Serbia, Uzbekistan, the Prime Minister of Slovakia. We know that South Korea will be presented here at the parade by its ambassador. Chinese President Xi Jinping and President Lula da Silva have joined the celebrations here, and head of the Palestinian National Autonomy Mahmoud Abbas and Serbia's President Vučić. Many leaders are attending this parade, including leaders of Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and other former Soviet states, as well as heads of Burkina Faso, Venezuela, Vietnam, Guinea-Bissau, Egypt, and many others. So we know that the route to Moscow for Serbian President Alexander Vučić and Slovakian Prime Minister Robert Fico was not quite easy, because the Baltic states and Poland closed their airspace to prevent them from coming to parade. And also military units from 13 countries are going to to march in Red Square today.
Okay, thank you so much, Yulia Shapovalova, for us there in Moscow. US President Donald Trump is calling for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Shortly after a phone call with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, he posted on social media saying hopefully an acceptable ceasefire will be observed and both countries will be held accountable for respecting the sanctity of these direct negotiations. Trump says if the ceasefire is not respected, the US and its partners will impose more sanctions. Alan Fisher has more from Washington, D.C.
There is a growing sense in Washington that the Trump administration and Donald Trump himself is getting frustrated that he can't bring an end to the war in Ukraine. You'll remember that during the presidential election, he said he had a plan that would end it within 24 hours. 24 hours of him winning the election, not just getting in to the Oval Office. He's found that it's much harder to get both sides together. Now, there's been a couple of issues. First of all, no one was speaking about a ceasefire until Donald Trump put it very firmly front and centre. But his efforts to get a ceasefire have failed. Way back in March, he said that there was an agreement and the Ukrainians had signed up to a 30-day ceasefire and the Russians wouldn't sign on to that. They said that they could agree with the framework, but there was a couple more things that they wanted, and the fighting continued. Donald Trump has grown frustrated with Vladimir Putin, telling him to stop the fighting and warning again that there could be more sanctions. And certainly about 10 days ago we heard from Marco Rubio saying the next week would be important, whether or not the United States would decide to walk away. J.D. Vance, the Vice President, said on Thursday that the Russians were perhaps asking for too much. And then in the White House on Wednesday, Donald Trump said decisions have to be made soon. Now he's calling for a 30-day ceasefire. He wants both sides to agree. The Ukrainians have said they're amenable. The Russians are still discussing it. And he said if it doesn't happen, then there will be more sanctions. But it's clear that he's getting frustrated. He's ready to walk away from this process. And he realized that suggesting that he could perhaps brought this war to an end is not something that's going to happen anytime soon. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Washington.
President Zelensky supports a 30-day ceasefire and wants Russia to do the same.
Україна готова до повного припинення вогню.
Ukraine's ready for a full ceasefire right now, right from this minute, for 30 days of silence. But it must be for real, so that there are no missile strikes, no drones, and so that there are not hundreds of assaults on the front. We need the Russians to respond to this properly, to support the ceasefire. They have to prove their readiness to end the war.
Russia's war has accelerated Kyiv's reliance on the West, which is what Moscow feared. In recent months, talk of Ukraine's EU membership has shifted from if to when, and many Ukrainians are rethinking a national identity long tied to Soviet Russia. Sam Basravi has more from Kyiv.
World War II memorials still stand across Ukraine's capital. But after Russia's full-scale invasion, some are left with only scratch marks and bolt holes, where Soviet symbols once were. Monuments honoring past suffering now echo the pain of a new generation. Natalia's father fought for the USSR in World War II. She says Ukraine can still take pride in that legacy and support those defending Ukraine now.
A lot of our people died. They were defending at that moment, and I'm proud of both of them. I'm proud of those people who sacrificed their lives protecting their homeland.
Others argue removing Soviet-era statues dishonors the fallen.
Look at what's happening behind me. The bust of my great-grandfather was taken away. He was taken away. I'm very afraid of who did it. This is a crime against the history of Ukraine. My grandfather defended Ukraine and Ukrainians. He is not connected to what is happening now.
For many, Ukraine's Russian past is just that, past. Ukrainian soldiers now march in London, symbols of a future bound to Europe, culturally, economically, politically, and strategically.
Ukraine emerged on a map of Europe as military power after 2022 for obvious reasons. It completely depends how soon the war is going to end. But optimistic point of view is Ukraine can get full membership in EU by 2030.
Older Ukrainians may still look to their Russian heritage, but younger generations are firmly facing West. For others, fighting Russia is about more than land. On active duty, Babai asked not to reveal his identity. A Russian Chechen orphaned at the age of 5 in the First Chechen War. He was raised by his Ukrainian neighbor. He ran an auto shop in Luhansk until he lost everything to a Russian missile.
My wife was pregnant. I was supposed to have a son. It was almost the 9th month. A rocket flew into the 5-story building. I left work, arrived back, and at that moment, I saw there was no more home and no more family. Ukraine is my second homeland, and so I'm obliged to fight for it. I understand who is to blame, and I have nothing left but revenge.
Ukraine and Russia may have a shared history, but for years, Russia has been the cause of much of the suffering here. So now Ukrainians say the future of their country is theirs to define. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Well, for more on this, we're joined now by Hannah Shalest, who is the Director of Security Studies Program at Ukrainian Prism, a foreign policy and security think tank. She joins us from Kyiv. Thank you very much for being with us once again on Al Jazeera. First of all, Ukraine and Russia accuse each other of breaching this 3-day ceasefire, if we can even call it that. So what hope is there for Donald Trump's 30-day proposal at this point in time?
First of all, Ukraine has not breached it because the Ukrainian forces received the order from the president to shoot only in return. So there is no assault operations. However, we had several hundred attempts of the assaults on the eastern flank, and we had the drones and air bombs falling in Kherson and Sumy region. So definitely you cannot call it the full-fledged ceasefire, the same as it hasn't been during the so-called Easter ceasefire. We understand the Russian logic. They needed the parade on the Red Square. They were afraid of the Ukrainian drones that would spoil the celebration. That's why that was the logic behind the ceasefire, not because they didn't want the real actions on the ground. That's why the statements from the American president, they are very logical. They are speaking that they would like to see the reality, not just the excuses about the ceasefires and reasoning, but the real will to stop the violence at the contact line.
Obviously, we've heard Zelensky really push for this 30-day ceasefire. I mean, what more can he, as well as the US President Donald Trump, actually do to try and get Russia to come to the table?
You know, for Russians, it is just the decision of Mr. Putin to do it or no. And here, the logic is very simple, because 3 days, you needed just for the world leaders to come. You don't need, but if you agree to the 30 days, it means that you need to take off your weapons, your personnel, and really to stop either advancing or to losing at the battlefield. That's why the Ukrainian and American presidents are insisting on the 30 days, because that would be a demonstration of the real goodwill. However, what you see the last months from the Russian side, they are giving a little bit like a candy to the American delegations, to the either special envoy or to the American president, to keep them in the negotiations, but at the same time doing as much as possible to gain additional benefits on the battlefield if they can, or at least to bring more fear to the Ukrainian population with the missiles attacks like Kyiv a few days ago. So in this way, to be sure that they have better cards on the table of the negotiations.
We've obviously been keeping a close eye on the commemorations in Moscow marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. We've seen Chinese President Xi Jinping there sitting next to Vladimir Putin. How worrying is that for Kyiv?
I mean, everything is worrying about this parade. First of all, definitely you don't see those who are the winners, who were on the good side during the Second World War, but you see either those who don't have any relations to the Second World War, or you have even those who were from another side of this axis of evil. And Chinese presence is the danger by its own, because the biggest fear for Europe, for the United States, was the rise of China and the Russia-China our ally. And the facts of what we are having now, because of the weak position of the Western allies, we have the stronger statements from both sides. We have a Chinese leader coming to Moscow. Why? Because he knew that nobody would attack Russia or Moscow when he is there at the Red Square. So that is very symbolic, politically symbolic, security symbolic, and not good news for other countries. And I would say not only the the Western. That's the bad news for the Middle East as well, because we will see more and more assertive China around the globe.
Hannah, thank you as always for joining us. Hannah Shelest for us there in Kyiv. Israel has confirmed that at least 2 soldiers have been killed in an explosion in Rafah on Thursday in southern Gaza. A number of other Israeli troops were wounded and taken to hospital. Now, the blast caused a building to collapse. The armed wing of Hamas says its fighters were engaged in intense battles with Israeli forces. Hani Mahmoud joins us from Gaza City with the latest. Hani, do we have any more information about the 2 Israeli soldiers that were killed and what it says about Hamas's capabilities at this point?
Well, Tom, it was not until the past few hours there was so much ambiguity on what happened yesterday in Rafah and what led to the death of the 2 soldiers inside a building in eastern Rafah city until the 2 statements were released, one by the Israeli army and the other one by Hamas on a Telegram account. But the Israeli military confirmed the death of 2 of its soldiers and 2 other officers were critically injured, while Hamas's statement gives more details on what happened, as it's described what happened as a fierce engagement between its fighters on the ground and the Israeli military. A force made of 12 soldiers were led into a building, ambushed inside a building, and then anti-personnel missiles and anti-armored vehicle missiles were fired at the building, leading to the destruction and the collapse of the building while the soldiers were still inside. It's worth highlighting, it's quite rare to hear about the clashes and fighting coming from Rafah city for almost a whole year now. Even when the ceasefire agreement started, 60% of the population and residents of Rafah could not go back to the city because the Israeli military was still in control of major part of the city. And in the past months or so, the Israeli military expanded its operation, destroyed the vast majority of the city, including its remaining residential homes and public facilities and infrastructures, and pushed close to 300,000. That's the population of Rafah city into enforced displacement campsites in Al Mawasi and other parts of the Gaza Strip. So seeing this happen is quite rare, and it's nothing more than an ambush that happened in a city that has been completely devastated by months of destruction and home demolition, systematic home destruction. We're looking at close to 80% of entire Rafah residential homes have been leveled to the ground, and nothing left for people to return to when the dust settles down.
Yeah, and Hani, obviously aid is still being blocked and strikes are continuing.
Absolutely, and the impact is quite visible right now when it comes to the availability of resources. And, there's this line going on that there is enough food in Gaza. That's what the Israeli military is pushing for, that there is enough food for at least a month. But what we're seeing on the ground here is quite the contrary. We're seeing children, elderly, women are all hungry in the streets, searching for community kitchens, whatever left of those community kitchens, who, by the way, are non-operational as of today. Friday used to be a day of family getting together and eating variety of food, but not at this time. Not even community kitchens are available or operational today to provide meals for people in tent site. And it's not just the food that is not available right now. Also, water resources are dwindling. We're talking about many of the wells that have been destroyed by the Israeli military. The only desalinated water pipeline coming from the Israeli side, the MECCA road line, have been destroyed and blocked by the Israeli military, leaving hundreds of thousands of people without a proper access to drinking water. And many of the wells that have been destroyed, those many of those remaining and could be operational are not because of the lack of a fuel, given that we are entering more than 60 days of ongoing blockade where zero drop of aid, water and supplies made its way to the Gaza Strip.
OK, Hani, thank you so much, as always, for bringing us the realities of what it is like in Gaza right now. Hani Mahmoud for us in Gaza City. Well, still ahead here on Al Jazeera, a string of mid-air close calls prompts the Trump administration to announce an overhaul of the US's air traffic control systems. And in sport, the Warriors miss one of their star players as they're beaten by the Timberwolves in the NBA playoffs. That's coming up with Joe shortly.
There's a reorientation of the weather type over Europe at the moment, with fine weather returning to northern Europe, though you wouldn't guess it from this satellite picture, and rather more unsubtle weather staying in the south from Iberia right across to the Black Sea, that more or less being the line which changes things. And along that line, we've seen some active and rather late season spring snow up in the French Alps. It's not sticking, but it is falling fairly heavily, as you can see. There'll be more of that, I think, during Friday, but more importantly, maybe it's the amount of rain that you could see here and there, possibly in Spain, less so in Italy, certainly in Ukraine. It looks particularly wet. And at the same time, the warmth is showing itself more and more in central and northern Europe. Paris at 24, London at 22. The rain winding up through the Bay of Biscay, heading in this general direction, and dying out to some degree over the Balkans, where recently there has been some heavy rain. So London remains pretty much warmer than it should be. 19's the average. We go up to 26, possibly by Monday, when it starts to break down with those showers incoming. Now, some of that rain that's spinning over Iberia will throw itself in towards Morocco or Algeria, and more obviously so, I think, during Saturday. But the heavier bursts are down towards Nigeria and possibly Cameroon.
In July 2024, protests by Bangladeshi students led to the downfall of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's authoritarian rule. In the second of a two-part investigation, 101 East asks, what's next for Bangladesh? The Mother and the Monster, Part 2 on Al Jazeera.
President Trump got the tariffs that he's dreamt about for years, but how will it affect America and the world? With renewed war in Gaza and instability spreading across the entire region, what are President Trump's true goals in the Middle East?
A quizzical look at US politics, the bottom line.
In 1948, more than 700,000 Palestinians were forcibly expelled from their historic homeland. Today, Palestinians in Gaza are facing genocide, and the occupation of the West Bank is being violently entrenched. Stay with Al Jazeera as we mark 77 years of MECCA.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. Heavy shelling between India and Pakistan has been continuing for a third day, with both sides accusing each other of escalating hostilities. India says it has intercepted and destroyed Pakistani drones and missiles. There were also explosions heard in Indian-administered Kashmir. The US President Donald Trump is calling for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine following a phone call with Volodymyr Zelensky. He says if a ceasefire isn't implemented, the US and his partners will impose further sanctions. And Russia is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II with a military parade in Moscow. 29 world leaders, including China's Xi Jinping, are attending the celebrations. A Palestinian student activist who was detained and threatened with deportation from the US has been speaking to Al Jazeera. Mohsen Madawi, who's originally from the occupied West Bank, was released by a court in his home state of Vermont last week. Our correspondent, Kristen Salumi, began by asking him about his arrest during what was supposed to be the final interview for his US citizenship.
The agents were hiding
in the lobby of the office, and others were hiding in cars in the parking lot. And the way I believe that it is a trap is their whole plan was to ship me to Louisiana so I would be isolated from my community and from legal support. They had the airplane tickets, commercial flight, printed with my name on it. But I was lucky enough that we missed the flight by 9 minutes.
Might have been a different outcome.
I mean, if the plan worked out as they have laid it down, we would not be having this interview.
How did growing up in the West Bank influence your activism?
As a child, I saw my best friend getting shot in front of my eyes, and I held him, and he was perished. On my birthday, when I turned 11 years old, instead of celebrating my birthday with my uncle, I walked in his funeral. What we see happening in Gaza, my people are being killed. My extended family, more than 30 family members have been killed. And my family members in the West Bank, 4 cousins since October 7th. And this is what motivates me, because I believe that the American people are good people and they don't know about what is happening there.
Do you support violent resistance to occupation?
Let's look at international law. International law classifies the West Bank as an occupied territory. Occupied people have the right to resist. It's not my way to choose armed resistance. I choose non-violent resistance myself. But I can't hold anybody to the same standard that I have.
To President Trump and his cabinet, yes, I am not afraid of you.
You were very defiant when you were released from detention. You said to President Trump, "You're not afraid." But aren't you a little afraid? Or what keeps you going? What keeps you strong?
Most of my strength comes from seeing the resilience of the Palestinian people who have been living under systematic discrimination and injustice for more than 76 years, and they never lost hope. I was not afraid when I was detained. I was being put into an SUV, and when I saw a person with a camera, I gave him the V sign and a smile to communicate to other students, you shall not be afraid. And if I am afraid, I am actually giving them that power, and nobody can take that power from me. The power of love.
We're going to return now to the shelling between India and Pakistan that has been continuing for a 3rd day. Rashid Wali is a former brigadier in Pakistan's army. He joins us from Islamabad. Now, thank you very much for being with us here on Al Jazeera. First of all, can you just give us a sense of the scale of what we've seen over the last few days? How does it compare to the last major conflict in 2019? Because it seems we've already exceeded that.
Yes, it's a little more than what it was in 2019. This time around, India, it crossed the nuclear Rubicon, so to speak, by sending missiles against civilians and places of worship on the night 6th, 7th May. And that was a very provocative and unexplainable act. And Pakistan, frankly, was quite stunned that how a nuclear power can be so careless. And since the nuclear deterrence is all about restraining yourself, that deterrence in the subcontinental nuclear equation now lies unstable, and that has to be restored. And Pakistan reserves the right to respond. And that is why Indian media and Indian policymakers are presenting a completely Potemkin reality that is very far from truth. and Pakistan responded purely in self-defense, while India, in violation of international humanitarian law, targeted the civilian targets, including the places of worship like mosques. Pakistan responded against their military targets, and the next day, their 5 high-performance aircrafts were shot down, including 3 much-vaunted Rafale jet fighters. So that was a sobering realization with Indians, but their leadership and media is trying to downplay it. They are trying to present a very false image, and they are still ratcheting up the tensions.
Yeah,
on
obviously,
Kashmir, which is a disputed territory, there is a standoff, exchange of fire, artillery. Pakistan has responded purely in self-defense, and over 40 Indian soldiers have been killed. Their 2 major headquarters have been targeted, and a lot of posts have been destroyed. What Pakistan is confronted with is a pure aggression on the basis of a spurious accusation about a terrorist incident which Pakistan has nothing to do with. And Pakistan has very clearly offered itself up for an investigation, that any credible international organization should carry out this investigation about the Pahalgam incident, which India is using as a casus belli to...
Brigadier, I want to jump in. I just want to jump in there, because what is Pakistan's end goal here? Obviously, we've seen this escalate over the last few days. Ultimately, what does Pakistan want to achieve now?
Pakistan merely wants to defend itself. Pakistan wishes its nuclear deterrence to be restored. And since India lobbed those missiles, surface-to-surface missiles, in Pakistan, now Pakistan reserves the right to respond in a time and place of its own choosing, but that would be proportionate and against military targets, unlike what India has done. Then on line of control, India is ratcheting up the tensions. India started with the exchange of artillery fire, and Pakistan is barely responding. So we have responded so effectively that Indian military targets have been affected, and they are now in a state of decision paralysis. That is why their media and their policy planners are now rattled, that they are resorting to false concocted narratives, and they are using so many narratives that now people in India are not believing their own lies. So this standoff on line of control continues. Pakistan is taking care that the civilians on the Indian side are not impacted, because those are all one, that they are Muslims, and even if they are not Muslims, Pakistan abides by Geneva Conventions, which India is not.
And sorry to interrupt, Brigadier, we've run out of time, but we really do appreciate you coming on and speaking with us. That is former Brigadier Rashid Wali in Islamabad.
Thanks.
Newly elected Pope Leo XIV paid a surprise visit to the Vatican workers earlier on Friday morning. Now, the Pope showed up at the Palace of the Holy Office, where he'd been living as a cardinal before his election. Leo XIV is set to hold his first Mass and first sermon as Pope in the Sistine Chapel on Friday, the place where he was elected only a day earlier. Well, Jonah Hull joins us now from Vatican City. Jonah, just how significant a Pope is he? Obviously the first American, but especially in taking on this role at this time.
It's an immense job, there's no question about that. The Pope essentially takes the helm of a vast multinational organisation that counts over a fifth of the world's population among its followers, and he does so at a time when the Church is really quite seriously divided after his 2 immediate predecessors essentially set about pitting opposing ideological wings of the Church against each other. Benedict XVI, the arch-traditionalist, Francis, of course, the liberal reformer. Leo XIV is thought to be a moderate, a man who, while he shares a lot of Francis's instincts, is able to govern by consensus, perhaps to be a bridge builder. But not only that, of course, he takes over at a time of deep international instability, not just because of wars ongoing into which the Vatican under Francis inserted itself to try and resolve them, and there are certainly signs that Leo XIV will continue that work, but also taking over in the sort of highly unstable era of Donald Trump. Leo XIV is, of course, an American. Some would say no coincidence in that he appears to be no Trumpian American. However, social media posts attributed to the new Pope over the last year or so seem to clash with the Trump administration on things like migration. But certainly the hope will be that he brings special weight, at least, to bear on trying to navigate that relationship as well.
And Jonah, as you say, given that he is a moderate and all of those issues to deal with, what will his priorities be?
Well, as you alluded to there, the work of the Pope gets underway absolutely immediately in the early hours of the morning. He visited his old residence, the Palace of the Holy Office, just outside Vatican City, perhaps to say goodbye, perhaps to pick up his belongings. He will celebrate Mass in a short while in the Sistine Chapel. His homily will be closely watched there for a vision of how he intends to pursue those priorities. Look, remember, he has held senior pastoral positions in his native Chicago, also for 20 years ministering in Peru. He has held senior positions here in the Vatican. He knows the workings of this church inside and out, and everything that is on the in tray for him to consider. Where will he begin? Will it be with that unity and bridge building I spoke about? Will it be tackling the church's really quite broken finances? Will it be shining a light and actually doing more to resolve sexual abuse by priests, not his predecessor Francis's finest area of achievement? Will it be the furthering of women in the church? The one particular hot button area a lot of people will be looking at is sexual identity. Francis, remember, made strides towards allowing blessings for same-sex couples in church. Leo XIV, as Robert Prevost as he was, had criticised what he called the lifestyle of the homosexual. Well, many on the left and right of the church will be watching closely to see whether he's changed his mind on that.
OK, thank you so much, Jonah. Jonah Hull for us at Vatican City. Well, the Trump administration says it will upgrade the aging air traffic control system across the US after a series of near misses. It says it's also trying to hire more air traffic controllers, despite laying off hundreds of aviation employees in February. Heidi Jo Castro reports from Washington.
At a 1951, how do you hear me?
An air traffic controller tries 5 times to reach the pilot of an incoming airplane before he finally gets through.
I got you loud and clear now, United 1951.
It was by sheer luck that a 30-second communications and radar blackout at Newark Airport last week did not result in tragedy. But the incident made clear the need to fix the U.S.'s broken air traffic control system.
And if we don't actually accomplish the mission that we're announcing today, you will see Newark's, not just in Newark, you'll see Newark's in other parts of the country because it's an aging system. And so we have to actually upgrade it.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the Trump administration wants to modernize the nation's antiquated tools like floppy disks and paper strips still in use today to control air traffic at the nation's 520 airports.
Do you know where we go? eBay.
Duffy says as part of the upgrade, 600 radars must be replaced and workers need new buildings. He gave a timeline of 3 to 4 years to complete, but offered no details, like the cost of the project. Congress would have to approve the funding, likely to be in the tens of billions.
Both political parties in Washington have recognized the urgent need to reform the air traffic control system in the U.S. In January, that system failed to prevent a mid-air collision between an Army helicopter and an American Airlines passenger jet just outside the nation's capital. All 67 people aboard died.
Earlier this week, another 3 planes had to abort landings at the same airport.
In the wake of the tragic mid-air collision over the Potomac and a trend of runway near misses, we have to get this right.
Staffing shortages is another major problem. The Trump administration says it's trying to hire more air traffic controllers, but it laid off 400 federal aviation employees in February with the help of Elon Musk. Musk says his company, SpaceX, could help with the proposed system upgrade, drawing criticism for a conflict of interest. Meanwhile, the turmoil has led to more air traffic controller resignations and some 45 workers taking trauma leave after the Newark blackout. The airport has been racked with flight delays since.
I was delayed getting in here on United, and I'm getting delayed getting out of here on JetBlue. I'm just a little annoyed because I've never been delayed so much in my life.
The U.S. government has long recognized the need to update its air traffic control system, but past efforts have been slow, putting millions of air travelers at increasing risk. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, still ahead here on Al Jazeera. In sport, one of the most accomplished boxers in the world is reportedly set to return to the ring at 46. Joe will have the details coming up next. It's time for sport now. Here's Joe.
Tom, thank you. It's going to be an all-English Europa League final with Tottenham up against Manchester United for the trophy and a place in next season's Champions League. United went behind in the second leg of their semi-final with Athletic Bilbao after a brilliant goal, but they still led 3-1 on aggregate. Mason Mount came off the bench and settled any United nerves when he equalised in the second half. But he saved his best for last, the England international scoring from around 45 yards as United won 4-1 on the night, 7-1 on aggregate. Spurs now await in the final, which takes place in Bilbao on May the 21st.
We lost the 3 last games. We can win this one. So if you look at the odds, we are closer to win than to lose. Both teams are going to play like all or nothing in this kind of game. We are struggling, both of us. So I don't know what is going to happen. That is a good thing and a bad thing with this team. I never know.
Tottenham booked their place in the final after getting past Norwegian side Bodo Glimt. Dominic Solanke put Spurs 1-0 up in the second leg of their semi before Pedro Porro's cross-come shots made it 2-0. Spurs winning 5-1 on aggregate and now targeting their first trophy in 17 years. So either Tottenham or United will walk away with the title and a Champions League place, despite poor seasons in the Premier League.
It's been a long, long journey for those fans.
Who cares if we're struggling in the league? Why is that important when if it's so easy to get to a final? Then why doesn't everyone who finishes in the top 3 do it? It's got nothing to do with league form. We understand our league form hasn't been great, but how that diminishes the achievement of getting to a final, I couldn't care less who's struggling, who's not. It's going to be, I think both us and Manchester United have earned the right to be there.
Spanish side Real Betis scored in extra time to beat Fiorentina 4-3 on aggregate to reach their first major European final. Betis, who are coached by former Manchester City manager Manuel Pellegrini, will face Chelsea for the Europa Conference League title. It's been widely reported that the cricket's Indian Premier League has been suspended amid escalating border tensions between India and Pakistan. Thursday's match between the Punjab Kings and Delhi Capitals in Dharamsala was abandoned after an apparent floodlight failure, although explosions were reported hours earlier in the town of Jammu, less than 200 kilometres away. The 10-team competition, which was due to wrap up on May the 25th, features numerous cricket stars from around the world. The Pakistan Super League has also been affected by the escalating hostilities. The remaining matches of the season have been moved to the UAE. There are 8 games still to be played, including the final. The dates and venues are yet to be confirmed. Thursday's fixture between Peshawar Zalmi and Karachi Kings was postponed after a drone reportedly belonging to India fell in the complex of the Rawalpindi Stadium, where the game was set to happen. In the NBA playoffs, the Minnesota Timberwolves overpowered the Golden State Warriors to draw their series level at 1 apiece. The Warriors were without Steph Curry, who's out with a hamstring injury. His absence was felt. Anthony Edwards making 20 points for the Timberwolves, but the 3-time All-Star gave his team a scare, appearing to twist his ankle before limping off in the second quarter. Julius Randle led the scoring for the Timberwolves with 24 points, 11 assists and 7 rebounds before Edwards came back into the game in the fourth quarter to help them secure a 117-93 win. Game 3 of the best-of-7 series takes place on Saturday in San Francisco. In the NHL playoffs, it went down to overtime in Game 2 of the Western Conference semi-final series between the Vegas Golden Knights and the Edmonton Oilers. Connor McDavid setting up the game winner for Leon Draisaitl, who scored deep into OT. The Oilers winning the game 5-4 to take a 2-0 series lead. Washington Capitals have tied their playoff series with the Carolina Hurricanes at 1 game each. John Carlson got the go-ahead goal on a power play early in the third period, set up by Tom Wilson. Wilson returned in the final minute to put the puck into an empty net and seal their 3-1 victory. They head back to Raleigh, North Carolina for Game 3 on Saturday. It seems that one of the most accomplished boxers in the world, Manny Pacquiao, isn't done with the sport just yet. It's being reported that the 8-division world champion could be coming out of retirement at the age of 46. The Filipino fighter won 12 major world titles before quitting the ring in 2021 to focus full-time on his political career in his home country. Pacquiao even ran for president of the Philippines in 2022 and is currently running again for senator, with the election happening in 3 days' time. But it's being reported that he will step back into the ring in July to fight Mario Barrios for his WBC welterweight title in Las Vegas. All right, that is all your sport for now. It is back to Tom.
Thank you so much, Joe. We'll see you in a couple of hours. Well, that's all from me, Tom McRae, for this news hour, but I will be back in just a moment with much more of the day's news. Make sure you stay with us.
The Pacific, the largest of the Earth's oceans, has become a critical battleground for global power. And those caught in the middle are left to grapple with what lies ahead. In a new 4-part series, Al Jazeera explores a new era in a region central to the escalating US-China rivalry and its impact on the lives of Pacific nations. Fight for the Pacific, coming soon on Al Jazeera.
Stories of determination and joy from Mali.
Si on arrive à éduquer les enfants d'aujourd'hui, à déjà voir notre métier comme un métier.
And Rwanda.
Mbere abazungu bataraza, ubu abanyarwanda bakunda kwiyogoshesha gutya, ariko bitewe n'amateka.
Short documentaries from African filmmakers. Africa Directs on Al Jazeera.
The war in Gaza has orphaned 30,000 children, with 15,000 who have lost both parents. These children are the strongest of survivors. We see them with the resilience they carry and bright possibilities they deserve, just like every child in the world. Sponsor an orphan with human appeal and create a brighter future for Gaza's children. Give mercy now.
Inequality, corruption, repression, and rage.
The political elite just decided to cut the piece of cake and share it among each other.
A documentary explores the desperate state of democracy in Lebanon. Through the eyes of those who are losing hope.
Every day our dreams are becoming lower.
Democracy maybe. Democracy for sale on Al Jazeera.
Caught in the line of fire, homes destroyed along the line of control in Kashmir as India and Pakistan exchange fire again. I'm Tom McRae, this is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up. A show of military might in Moscow. Russia marks 80 years since the end of World War II with a parade attended by allies. The US president calls for a month-long unconditional ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. Plus,
La pace sia con tutti voi.
Pope Leo XIV is set to lead his first Holy Mass as pontiff in the Sistine Chapel. Heavy shelling is continuing between India and Pakistan for a third day, with both sides accusing each other of escalating hostilities. India says it has intercepted and destroyed Pakistani drones and missiles. There were also explosions heard in Indian-administered Kashmir. The exchanges have intensified since India's missile attack on several locations in Pakistan on Wednesday. New Delhi holds Islamabad responsible for an attack which killed 26 tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir last month, which Pakistan denies. Umar Miraj reports from Srinagar in Indian-administered Kashmir on how people there are being affected by the shelling.
For people in Kashmir and for the villagers living near the line of control, the situation feels very dangerous and is causing a lot of stress. People living near the border are scared and unsure about what will happen next. Thousands have left their homes and are staying at the safer locations and at makeshift camps. Many are buying and storing the essential supplies in case the conflict lasts longer. Also, the hospital and the emergency services are on the high alert. The Indian Army is also on the high alert. There are heightened tensions along the line of control, as in both the countries are trading heavy artillery. This is the most serious border clashes in the recent years. The Pakistani shells have been landed in the civilian neighborhoods in the line of control and also at the international border. At least 2 civilians, including a woman, have been killed and several others injured. Some shells have also landed far from the border areas, damaging houses. One of the women that was killed overnight shelling, she was traveling from the Udi to a nearby Baramulla town to head for a safer location to take a shelter. But the shrapnel from the shell hit the vehicle. The family say that she died on the spot. Schools in the Kashmir are also closed.
Osama bin Javed is in the city of MECCA in Pakistan with more on how India's attacks are affecting residents there.
Well, this is Muridke. It is being explained by India as a terror training camp. And where we are is the central mosque here in Muridke, which has been damaged by Indian attacks. And if I can show you, this is the main courtyard of the mosque. And as you can see around us, there's been extensive damage done to this building. And this is, according to India, where a lot of terrorists were training here, but as has been explained to us by people here, residents in the area, that this is a sprawling complex of about 200 acres where there's a hospital, there's a girls' school, there's a boys' school, there's a college. And this was the main place of worship in this mosque where people would congregate, they would gather, And as you can see, there's been extensive damage according to the whole complex here. And people here have been contesting the Indian account that this had to do anything with terror. They call it Islamophobic and say that India is trying to justify its attacks on Pakistan by labeling these places of worship and other civilian places as terrorist training camps where there's absolutely no truth to it on the ground.
Well, joining me now is Uday Chandra, an assistant professor of government at Georgetown University. Thanks again for joining us. Can you just talk us through both sides, Islamabad and New Delhi, how they are responding to this politically? Because obviously they're speaking to their own people. What sort of messages are they trying to get across, and what sort of spin are they trying to put on the conflict at this stage?
I think each side wants a show of strength. They also want to deny the claims of the other side. So we have media bans, blockouts, Twitter accounts being, inaccessible. I just saw the media agency, The Wire, has been unconstitutionally banned from, views in India. So there's media censorship at this point, in India at least. As on the Pakistan side, you have very similar claims. There's a government line. Media agencies are expected to toe the government line. So I think at this point, there's one narrative in each of the countries. They're mutually opposed and irreconcilable.
Right. When it comes to the actual fighting, though, we've seen a real ramp up in escalation over the last couple of days. Mm-hmm. Do you think that is going to continue?
I hope not. But I think we have seen an escalation from border skirmishes and, what's just happening on both sides of the line of control in Kashmir. I think what we now have is something far more serious. The entire western border that India shares with Pakistan is on red alert on both sides. We've seen aerial strikes and shelling on both sides. We've had at least one Rafale airjet, kind of taken down by the Pakistani side. And I think that's a visible escalation, and I think that's why international calls for de-escalation have also mounted. I think it could get into very dangerous territory if there's further escalation.
I mean, both are nuclear-armed countries, and obviously that raises the stakes significantly. But how does it actually change the dynamic of the conflict between the two countries? How do they take that into account in terms of escalating things far enough but not too far?
I think at the end of the day, there can't be a change in the status quo. The line of control remains the de facto international border. India, of course, continues to claim all of the former princely state of Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan remains committed to the liberation of Jammu and Kashmir in its entirety. So these are irreconcilable positions. I don't think there are going to be any territorial changes, but we are going to have civilian casualties, more civilian casualties on both sides, which is really avoidable and regrettable.
Of course. Uday, as always, thank you so much for joining us, Uday Chandra.
Thank you.
Russia is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II with a military parade in Moscow. The event is drawing global attention with dozens of world leaders in attendance, including China's President Xi Jinping. Troops from Russia's allies, including China, Egypt, Vietnam, Myanmar and several former Soviet states, are participating in the parade. President Putin proposed a three-day ceasefire to mark the occasion, but Ukraine's President Zelensky rejected it as a theatrical performance. Well, Yulia Shapovalova joins us from Moscow. Yulia, first of all, can you just explain to us how significant this victory parade and commemorations are?
Sure. So basically, I'm very sorry about the noise because the air parade is starting right now. So the military airplanes are flying right above us. So basically talking about the importance of today's commemorations. Of course, the Soviet Union role was enormous in fighting Nazi Germany. Basically, the Soviet Union became the main battleground of World War II in Europe. Nazi Germany threw the largest contingent of its troops into the Eastern Front and actually it lost millions of its soldiers here. The Soviet Red Army stopped their onslaught and pushed them back. The renowned battles for Stalingrad, Leningrad, Kursk, Moscow became the symbol of the Soviet resistance and victory. And Of course, the Soviet Union liberated its own territory and played a major role in defeating Nazi Germany in Europe, fighting until Nazi Germany capitulated in May 1945. So, and actually in his speech, President Vladimir Putin highlighted the role of the Soviet Union for bearing the brunt of this war, who actually fought. He said that our fathers and grandfathers fought, and he thanked them for their unity and said that other generations have to remember their sacrifices.
And Yulia, we saw pictures of Chinese President Xi Jinping sitting next to Vladimir Putin, but which other world leaders have arrived there for Victory Day?
Well, around 28 leaders are here at the parade, as well as numerous foreign delegations, not just the Chinese president, but Brazilian president and many others. Head of the Palestinian National Authority, Mahmoud Abbas, is also here, and Serbia's president, Alexander Vucic, the leaders of Armenia, Belarus, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and other former Soviet states. Burkina Faso, Venezuela, Vietnam, Guinea-Bissau, Egypt and others. And today, military units from at least 13 countries, Egypt, Myanmar, China, are all here. But North Korean troops are not participating this parade. And right now, the heavy hardware are rolling from Red Square right now. So I do apologize for the noise.
OK, thank you so much, Yulia Shapovalova, for us in Moscow. Well, US President Donald Trump is calling for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Shortly after a phone call with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, he posted on social media saying hopefully an acceptable ceasefire will be observed and both countries will be held accountable for respecting the sanctity of these direct negotiations. Trump says if the ceasefire is not respected, the US and its partners will impose more sanctions. Ellen Fisher has more from Washington, D.C.
There is a growing sense in Washington that the Trump administration and Donald Trump himself is getting frustrated that he can't bring an end to the war in Ukraine. You'll remember that during the presidential election, he said he had a plan that would end it within 24 hours. 24 hours of him winning the election, not just getting in to the Oval Office. He's found that it's much harder to get both sides together. Now, there's been a couple of issues. First of all, no one was speaking about a ceasefire until Donald Trump put it very firmly front and centre. But his efforts to get a ceasefire have failed. Way back in March, he said that there was an agreement and the Ukrainians had signed up to a 30-day ceasefire and the Russians wouldn't sign on to that. They said that they could agree with the framework, but there was a couple of more things that they wanted, and the fighting continued. Donald Trump has grown frustrated with Vladimir Putin, telling him to stop the fighting and warning again that there could be more sanctions. And certainly about 10 days ago, we heard from Marco Rubio saying the next week would be important, whether or not the United States would decide to walk away. J.D. Vance, the Vice President, said on Thursday that the Russians were perhaps asking for too much. And then in the White House on Wednesday, Donald Trump said decisions have to be made soon. Now he's calling for a 30-day ceasefire. He wants both sides to agree. The Ukrainians have said they're amenable. The Russians are still discussing it. And he said if it doesn't happen, then there will be more sanctions. But it's clear that he's getting frustrated. He's ready to walk away from this process. And he realised that suggesting that he could have perhaps brought this war to an end is not something that's going to happen anytime soon. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, Washington.
President Zelensky supports a 30-day ceasefire and wants Russia to do the same.
Ukraine's ready for a full ceasefire right now, right from this minute, for 30 days of silence. But it must be for real, so that there are no missile strikes, no drones, and so that there are not hundreds of assaults on the front. We need the Russians to respond to this properly, to support the ceasefire. They have to prove their readiness to end the war.
Russia's war has accelerated Kyiv's reliance on the West, which is what Moscow feared. In recent months, talk of Ukraine's EU membership has shifted from if to when, and many Ukrainians are rethinking a national identity long tied to Soviet Russia. Zain Basravi has more from Kyiv.
World War II memorials still stand across Ukraine's capital. But after Russia's full-scale invasion, some are left with only scratch marks and bolt holes, where Soviet symbols once were. Monuments honoring past suffering now echo the pain of a new generation. Natalia's father fought for the USSR in World War II. She says Ukraine can still take pride in that legacy and support those defending Ukraine now.
A lot of our people died. They were defending at that moment, and I'm proud of both of them. I'm proud of those people who sacrificed their lives protecting their homeland.
Others argue removing Soviet-era statues dishonors the fallen.
Look at what's happening behind me. The bust of my great-grandfather was taken away. He was taken away. I'm very afraid of who did it. This is a crime against the history of Ukraine. My grandfather defended Ukraine and Ukrainians. He is not connected to what is happening now.
For many, Ukraine's Russian past is just that, past. Ukrainian soldiers now march in London, symbols of a future bound to Europe, culturally, economically, politically, and strategically.
Ukraine emerged on a map of Europe as military power after 2022 for obvious reasons. It completely depends how soon the war is going to end. But optimistic point of view is Ukraine that can get full membership in EU by 2030.
Older Ukrainians may still look to their Russian heritage, but younger generations are firmly facing West. For others, fighting Russia is about more than land. On active duty, Babai asked not to reveal his identity. A Russian Chechen orphaned at the age of 5 in the First Chechen War. He was raised by his Ukrainian neighbor. He ran an auto shop in Luhansk until he lost everything to a Russian missile.
My wife was pregnant. I was supposed to have a son. It was almost the 9th month. A rocket flew into the 5-story building. I left work, arrived back, and at that moment, I saw there was no more home and no more family. Ukraine is my second homeland, and so I'm obliged to fight for it. I understand who is to blame, and I have nothing left but revenge.
Ukraine and Russia may have a shared history, but for years, Russia has been the cause of much of the suffering here. So now Ukrainians say the future of their country is theirs to define. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Well, still ahead here on Al Jazeera, we sit down with Palestinian student activist Mohsen Madawi and hear about his experience after he was detained and threatened with deportation from the US.
Hello everyone. Looking more like a snowstorm swiped eastern Spain in Valencia province, but this was a hailstorm. There's been a nasty weather maker over Iberia. Still more rain to go today on Friday around Barcelona. You've also got some heavier pockets of rain over northern Portugal around Porto. Now we go to Central Europe. It's been quite active around Serbia, the border with Serbia and Romania. That's now all pushing into Ukraine, but also dropping down. So give it a bit of time. Istanbul, your weather is about to go downhill. Fine today on Friday, few showers around, but you're in the thick of it on Saturday. Wet and windy conditions rolling through there with the high of 19 degrees. Back to the here and now. Today, on Friday, temperatures are on their way up through the northwest. London could hit 20 degrees. I think we got you in for 20 in Paris and Brussels. That's above average for this time of the year. Could see a bit of rain across the western Sahara pushing into Algeria. There's been some hailstorms in parts of Algeria as well. You've got the rain around West Africa, but looking bad across the coastline of Nigeria. Ending off in South Africa right now, it is a windy picture for the Northern Cape Province, the Western Cape Province, and Cape Town. Wind gusts could get up to 60 kilometers per hour on Saturday. See you later.
In July 2024, protests by Bangladeshi students led to the downfall of Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's authoritarian rule. In the second of a two-part investigation, 101 East asks, what's next for Bangladesh? The Mother and the Monster, Part 2 on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera.
wherever you are. You're watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. Heavy shelling between India and Pakistan has been continuing for a third day, with both sides accusing each other of escalating hostilities. India says it has intercepted and destroyed Pakistani drones and missiles. There were also explosions heard in Indian-administered Kashmir. Russia is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II with a military parade in Moscow. 29 world leaders, including China's Xi Jinping, are attending the celebrations. US President Donald Trump is calling for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine following a phone call with Volodymyr Zelensky. He says if a ceasefire isn't implemented, the US and its partners will impose further sanctions. Israel has confirmed that at least 2 soldiers have been killed in an explosion in Rafah on Thursday in southern Gaza. A number of other Israeli troops were wounded and taken to hospital. Now, the blast caused a building to collapse. The armed wing of Hamas says its fighters were engaged in intense battles with Israeli forces. Hani Mahmoud joins us from Gaza City, and Israeli attacks have been continuing right across the Strip as well. And this all comes as aid continues to be blocked from entering Gaza.
Wait.
Yes, Tom, and today we're looking at more than 60 days of thousands of the trucks on the other side of the borders filled with much-needed aid, whether the humanitarian aid or commercial trucks and life survival items, but are stuck on the other side of the borders, not far from the point we are broadcasting it from, and not being allowed to enter the Gaza Strip, leaving 2.3 million people on the brink of famine. According to UNICEF, we have close to 1 million children at risk of malnutrition, and already many of the cases counted by the hundreds across the remaining health facilities in the northern part of the Strip, in the Indonesian hospital, and whatever left of the Ramadan hospital. Here at the Shifa hospital, many of these cases arrive at the hospital, but do not find the proper treatment. Not only the medical supplies have run out from hospitals, warehouses, and storages, but also the food supplements and much needed nutrients are not available at the hospital right now. It's worth highlighting many of people are dying inside the hospital also due to the acute shortage of medical supplies. Rationing has become part of people's daily life. People are eating as less as one meal a day, and sometimes we come across cases where parents do not eat in order to provide enough food for their children who are not eating well and already living on one meal throughout the day. We just ran to a person who had 2 gallons of water, searching for a water tank in the area here, but waited for at least 45 minutes with no luck at all, as water trucks did not pull up in the area today. And as far as we are hearing from early hour this morning, not only food supplies and community kitchens are not working today, but also water trucks are not going to be available in the areas due to the shortage of water sources across the Gaza Strip, leaving hundreds of thousands of people without proper access to food, water, as well as to medication.
Hani, as always, thank you so much. Hani Mahmoud for us there in Gaza City. A Palestinian student activist who was detained and threatened with deportation from the US has spoken with Al Jazeera about his experience. Mohsen Madawi, who's originally from the occupied West Bank, was released by a court in his home state of Vermont last week. Our correspondent, Kristen Salumi, began by asking him about his arrest during what was supposed to be the final interview for his US citizenship.
The agents were hiding in the lobby of the office, and others were hiding in cars in the parking lot.
am next level.
The way
mad.
I believe that it is a trap is their whole plan was to ship me to Louisiana so I would be isolated from my community and from legal support. They had the airplane tickets, commercial flight, printed with my name on it. But I was lucky enough that we missed the flight by 9 minutes.
Might have been a different outcome.
I mean, if the plan worked out as they have laid it down, we would not be having this interview.
How did growing up in the West Bank influence your activism?
As a child, I saw my best friend getting shot in front of my eyes, and I held him, and he was perished. On my birthday, when I turned 11 years old, instead of celebrating my birthday with my uncle, I walked in his funeral. What we see happening in Gaza, my people are being killed. My extended family, more than 30 family members have been killed. And my family members in the West Bank, 4 cousins since October 7th. And this is what motivates me, because I believe that the American people are good people and they don't know about what is happening there.
Newly elected Pope Leo XIV has paid a surprise visit to workers at the Vatican. He showed up at the Palace of the Holy Office, where he'd been living as a cardinal before his election. Leo XIV is set to hold his first Mass and first sermon as Pope in the Sistine Chapel on Friday, the place where he was elected only one day before. Well, Jonah Hull joins us now from Vatican City. And Jonah, can you just first of all explain the significance of this Pope at this moment?
There is no overstating the importance, the significance of this role, the Pope taking over what is essentially a vast multinational organisation that counts around 1/5 of the world's population as its followers, and doing so at a time of deep division within the Church between traditionalists and liberals, doing so at a time of deep international turbulence with wars ongoing, into which the Vatican under Pope Francis inserted itself into trying to resolve, and doing so this American Pope during an era of high instability under President Donald Trump. Here's how it happened.
The blessings of a new Pope.
La pace sia con tutti voi.
The man once known as Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost from Chicago, now hailed from the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica as Pope Leo XIV.
We want a church which always looks for peace, always looks for charity, always looks to be close, especially to those who suffer.
Well, people in this square and around the Catholic world have caught their first glimpse of the new Pope. They've heard his first words. An American Pope. Not many here would have predicted that, but this is about faith. And faith they have. An American Pope, did you see that coming?
Never. I could have never thought that. I mean, I think we were speculating Italian or even from the Philippines, but
there's never been an American Pope. It's a big moment, right?
Yeah, it was definitely unexpected.
His chosen papal name, Leo, suggests strength in crisis, and while his moderate liberal views align with the progressive ideals of Pope Francis, an expert knowledge of church law will have appealed to traditionalists, the qualities then of a bridge builder across a divided church.
You're emotional, you're excited.
Yes, very, very excited. And, we need the union. We need to be together.
And it came after a conclave of cardinals that reached a decision in near record time, just 4 votes in 24 hours.
Many in the crowd had given up hope of white smoke this afternoon, and then suddenly it happened. The white smoke still hanging in the sky over there, the bells tolling across St. Peter's Square, the crowd jubilant.
So happy that we got to see the white smoke. Huge historical moment for the world and for Catholicism. It's wonderful.
A global congregation delighted, and not least because at 69 the new Pope is also a relatively young Pope, the age of Leo XIV promising the stability of longevity in turbulent times. Jonah Hull, Al Jazeera at the Vatican.
Jonah, obviously a lot of hope there. Can you just tell us a little bit more about what is happening behind you? Obviously, people are starting to gather. What can we expect in the coming hours?
Well, people gathering in St. Peter's Square, as you might expect, to bear witness to the first day of Pope Leo XIV's reign as the 267th Pope. He began it early with a dawn visit, as you said, to his former living quarters just outside the Vatican City, and he will, in about an hour's time, conduct Mass inside the Sistine Chapel with the cardinals, televised live, of course, people watching for his first ever homily that will deliver Pope Leo's vision for the world and vision, of course, for the Church. And people will be looking for signs of future direction. Will it contain signs pointing towards the unity which he will be looked upon to bring to the Church, or perhaps peace in wars around the earth? And there's a whole litany of other priorities that many will be interested in, looking for signs in that homily of his own engagement in, whether it's church finances or the role of women or sexual abuse by priests, not an area of his predecessor Francis's greatest achievements. Many, of course, will be watching for the idea of the Church's engagement of sexual identity, a real hot-button topic. Pope Francis allowing essentially the blessing of same-sex couples within the Church. Many cardinals rebelled against that, including Cardinal Robert Prevost, as he was, who criticised the so-called lifestyle of the homosexual. There'll be a lot of people watching on both sides, left and right of the Church, to see whether he's altered his views on issues like that.
Plenty to watch out for. Thanks so much, Jonah. Jonah Hull for us in Vatican City. Well, Senegal's parliament has voted to order a special court to try 5 former government ministers accused of corruption. They served under former President Macky Sall and have been accused of diverting money from a fund meant to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. The opposition says the case is a witch hunt. MPs also voted to lift immunity from prosecution against 2 opposition lawmakers linked to the allegations.
What about
North Korean state media say the military has conducted an exercise simulating nuclear counterstrikes against South Korea and the United States. South Korea is calling it a clear act of provocation. Leader Kim Jong-un reportedly supervised the testing of several short-range ballistic missile systems and rocket launchers. The US and the UK have reached a trade deal. It's the first such agreement since President Donald Trump began imposing wide-reaching global tariffs. Trump and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer announced the deal in a televised phone conversation. Now, the UK says it will reduce tariffs on British cars and eliminate levies on steel and aluminium. Trump says the deal will lead to more sales of US agricultural products. Well, that's all from me, Tom McRae, for the moment. Much more information on our website, though. The news continues on Al Jazeera after 101 East. Up next.
An astonishing victory against a formidable foe. In our last episode, we looked at how a student-led uprising ousted Bangladesh's long-term dictator, Sheikh Hasina, and her notorious Awami League party. An interim government led by 84-year-old Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus is now fighting to repair a shattered nation.
People's expectation is sky high.
While victims of state-sponsored terror demand justice.
Would you like to see Sheikh Hasina tried for her crimes?
By all means, for all enforced appearances, for all extrajudicial killings.
The old regime has left the country almost bankrupt. Law and order has broken down as the public grows ever more desperate for change. In the second part of this 101E special, we ask what's next for Bangladesh.
Hello, sir. Very well, thank you very much for talking to us. I know you're probably the busiest man in Bangladesh right now.
Muhammad Yunus is not a politician. He's a humanitarian who won the Nobel Peace Prize for pioneering microbes for improvement. Leading Bangladesh is not a role he asked for or expected.
The students were calling me up. And I said, no, I don't want to get involved in the country. You're much capable people in Bangladesh. Fine. I don't know, everybody says you have to there.
Naheed Islam, who led the student protests, told him there was no one else.
তখন ভেবেছি যে আমাদের এমন একজন ব্যক্তি দরকারি মুহূর্তে যার একটা সর্বজনযোগ্যতা আছে, পিপল যাকে অ্যাকসেপ্ট করবে এবং ইন্টারন্যাশনালিও যার একটা অ্যাকসেপ্টেন্স আছে যে এই জুলাই রেভলিউশনটাকে বিশ্বের সামনে তুলে ধরতে পারবে। সো ডক্টর ইউনুস এরকম ক্যারেক্টার আমরা তার বিকল্প আসলে পাইনি।
At the time, Dr. Yunus had been in Paris, avoiding one of the regime's frequent attempts to jail him.
People were saying, don't come back, because things are getting very hot here. Don't come back, because the moment you land, you'll end up in the jail.
Ever since he won the Nobel Prize in 2006, Sheikh Hasina displayed an almost obsessive hatred of him.
মরে যাবে যা যায় একটু পদ্মা নদীতে চুপ নিয়ে সেটা তুলে দেওয়া উচিত তাহলে এটা শিক্ষা হয়
Authorities accused him of everything from sabotage to corruption.
I'm a terrorist. I'm a bloodsucker. People wonder why does he do that? What does he get out of it?
As it turned out, Dr. Yunus did return to replace him. In August 2024, the 84-year-old was sworn in as Chief Advisor to the interim government. He chose a cabinet of technocrats and idealists, including Naheed Islam, who weeks earlier had been under arrest and beaten by authorities. There are times Dr. Yunus wonders what he's got himself into.
Everybody has an idea what needs to be done. But when you get here, it's kind of suddenly you're numb. How do you do it? So you try to overcome the numbness and get activated and so on. So we're learning on the job.
International fame only gets you so far in a former dictatorship. Along with his new ministers and their staff, he's found that telling the bureaucracy what to do doesn't mean listening.
It's very difficult. You don't know whether the person that you are giving your instructions is going to follow it or turn it around against you.
The way the country used to be run was a mix of bureaucratic self-interest and corporate plunder. The interim government estimates ministers, regime cronies and other corrupt associates were siphoning $16 billion a year out of Bangladesh.
It was at the brink of a free fall. We have drawn down the reserves from 48 billion to 18 billion. It would have lasted a few more months. So this government might have fallen even without this revolution.
Dr. Hassan Mansour is a former IMF economist who's been brought in to run the central bank. He says Sheikh Hasina's regime and its cronies were literally robbing banks, directing them to give billions in loans to sometimes fictitious companies.
I have never seen in my 20 years of IMF career, in any country, this level of state intervention with private sector oligarchs to take over the whole banking system. Not to control those banks only, control and rob. Take the money out of the country. So that's a systematic state-sponsored fraudulent activities.
To investigate
Much of the money allegedly ended up in luxury property in London, where one of Sheikh Hasina's senior ministers had become a property magnate. The former land minister, Saiful Zaman Chowdhury, had a salary of less than $15,000 a year, but he built up a property portfolio worth $500 million. In 2023, Al Jazeera's investigative unit secretly filmed him at his $14 million London home. It's only one of more than 350 properties he owns in Britain, with even more worldwide.
This is how I love this house.
He boasted of his love of expensive shoes.
I bought them for £3,000 each. Each £3,000.
And his passion for buying suits.
I love suits. Super 200, Super 180, Super 200 for £6,000.
He says Sheikh Hasina was aware he had money on the side.
She knows I have a business here.
Investigators have found a trail of properties owned by Hasina's cronies stretching from London to Dubai, Singapore and New York.
It's very unfortunate and disgusting, no question about it. It is pathetic, it is painful, it is shameful. And we as a country, I think we must not allow that to happen again.
That central bank flag.
Mr. Chowdhury insists his wealth comes from honest investments outside Bangladesh, and that the accusations against him are politically motivated. But he's one of the figures the interim government is investigating to try to claw back the country's missing money.
We're talking at least tens of billions of dollars, not just billions of dollars. So we hope that we can create the biggest asset recovery effort ever seen in the world.
In the months after Sheikh Hasina fled, more senior regime figures tried to move their assets abroad. Britain's anti-corruption minister at the time was none other than Sheikh Hasina's niece.
And let me make one thing clear. We have legislation in our country to make sure we do not let people enter who are not conducive to the public good.
Tulip Sadiq is the daughter of Sheikh Hasina's younger sister, Rahana, one of the few to escape the massacre of Hasina's family in a 1975 coup. Ms. Sadiq was born in London and worked as a European lobbyist for Sheikh Hasina's party, the Awami League. In 2015, she became a Labour MP, thanking Awami League supporters in Britain for her victory. After Labour came to power in July 2024, she was put in charge of stopping illicit finance and money laundering.
Did it surprise you to see a close relative of the former leader appointed to such a position by the British government?
I would have expected did a better vetting before making that appointment.
Tulip Sadiq had remained close to Sheikh Hasina, meeting her on visits to Britain. Before becoming an MP, Ms. Sadiq joined her in the Kremlin for the signing of a nuclear deal that's now being investigated for massive kickbacks. She says she had no involvement in the deal or any discussions and was just visiting her aunt.
Wondering what your reasoning is for stepping down today.
Do you still insist that you haven't done anything wrong?
She resigned as Economic Secretary after Bangladesh's Anti-Corruption Commission, or ACC, began investigating her amid claims she had ties to London properties bought by Hasina's allies.
She just resigned sooner.
But she insists the allegations are baseless and politically motivated, saying the ACC didn't respond to her denials or provide any evidence to support the claims. Earlier, Britain's independent advisor on ministerial standards cleared her of impropriety. Few in Bangladesh can afford expensive properties, suits or designer shoes. Many are struggling to buy food staples like rice and fish.
Nothing functions anymore. Financial systems don't work. Banks suddenly it's not a bank. It's a robbery outfit. People get very frustrated. One is expectation level. Other side the damage level that you are dealing with.
People are also hungry for justice. The months since the revolution have brought ever more disturbing allegations of police and military involvement in forced disappearances. The kidnapping, torture and murder of Sheikh Hasina's real or imagined opponents. In February, Dr. Yunus visited the notorious House of Mirrors detention centre that had been run by military intelligence. Former Brigadier General Abdullahil Aman Azmi showed where he'd been held illegally for 8 years. This was one of a network of secret prisons and torture centres.
We have to make sure that it's not repeated in the future. Nowhere near it. This is the worst ever in the whole world possible.
He's promised those responsible will be punished, no matter their rank.
There are several now, 22 major generals and other high officials. Their passports have been seized. We made it clear, justice is justice. We are not going to go slow on anybody.
But Sanjida Islam Tulay, who represents victims' families, says the government is moving too slowly.
We know Hasina fled. The head of the regime, she fled, but the rest of the structure, the body, is still there, whom we have allegation against.
The most infamous security force, the Rapid Action Battalion, or RAB, is still operating. Today, for the first time, its Director General has agreed to be interviewed by foreign television.
Hello, sir. Harry Campbell.
Korea police officer Shahidur Rahman has been appointed to clean up the paramilitary force, whose officers allegedly took part in kidnappings, torture and executions.
I am really very shocked, and this is disgusting for us, that we have to bear this sort of allegation on us. We are trying to rebuild our reputation, rebuild our RAB, and we are now strictly following the rules and regulations, the laws, the human rights issues.
And what is happening to the officers who've been accused of these crimes?
Those who have been accused, they are under investigation and they will have to face the music, what they did earlier.
Are there still some serving in RAB now who have been accused of these crimes?
We are not sure about I'm not sure whether they are here or not.
They are still there serving, definitely. People are still scared. That's the trauma for the victim families.
A government commission investigating the disappearances says the Rapid Action Battalion should be disbanded. The challenge is that some other law enforcement groups are barely functioning. During the uprising, mobs attacked and burned police stations and vehicles. Thousands of police fled. Much of the anger stemmed from the security forces' violent crackdown on the protests. The UN Human Rights Office estimates up to 1,400 people were killed, including 180 children, with thousands wounded. In this military hospital in the capital Dhaka, many are still fighting to recover.
They have spinal injury, paraplegia, what we call in medical term quadriplegia or paraplegia.
Yeah. How many patients have you had from the protests in total?
In total, 2,613. 2,613.
And the majority have been gunshot wounds?
Yeah.
It's not the whole number of injured protesters. There's other hospitals who are treated. Yeah.
All over the country. All over the country.
Victims included a 10-year-old child. Imran was shot in the head on August 5th, the day Sheikh Hasina fled to India.
So he also joined the protest, and unfortunately he was hit by the bullet.
He was shot by the police, a young boy, in a protest.
Unfortunately. So he is very brave.
For his mother Irene, it has been an unending nightmare.
What was your reaction when you found that police had shot your little boy?
কি আর মনে হবে স্যার, তারা প্রশাসনের লোক, তাদের উপরে আর কি অভিযোগ আমি করতে পারি? আর আমার ওই মামলা করা হয়েছে, মামলা যে করছে ওরা আমারে খুব ফোনে অনেক ইয়া করতে আছে যে এলাকায় আসতে পারবা না।
Show us the scans.
But for this family at least there is hope. Imran, now 11, has made a near miraculous recovery from a gunshot that should have killed him.
Wow, that is a massive head wound.
Massive head injury.
Despite UN findings that soldiers also shot at protesters, the army has assumed some police duties, like street patrols and protecting public buildings. Chief of Staff General Waqar Uzzaman says it's not a role the army wants.
We are not trained for this. This is a challenge since civil administration is not properly functioning, I must say. The police is not properly functioning. So it's a huge void, huge task.
In this city of 20 million people, we've been trying to find someone to speak in defence of Sheikh Hasina's record. She wouldn't comment, nor would any former ally we approached.
The Awami League headquarters itself is deserted after having been trashed by protesters. It's as if the revelations of plunder and mass murder have sent everyone ducking for cover, leaving Sheikh Hasina just one powerful supporter: India.
Bangladesh's giant neighbour has not only given her sanctuary, it's ignored the government's demands to extradite her for crimes against humanity.
As long as she's away, people of Bangladesh, every one of them, will feel that justice is not done.
India supported her regime as a counter to its arch-rival Pakistan. Sheikh Hasina also promised that this majority Muslim nation would never be ruled by Islamic hardliners, a stance that won her strong support with the large Hindu minority. Naveen Murshid is a political scientist specialising in India-Bangladesh relations.
This is exactly the narrative that she had put forward with her Indian counterparts, right? That, keep supporting us, because if you don't keep supporting us, this country is going to become an Islamist country, is going to become the new Afghanistan, and so on.
Further chaos and mayhem playing out on the streets of Bangladesh. Why have the temples been attacked?
Since Sheikh Hasina was overthrown, Indian news and social media have vilified the new Bangladesh, claiming Hindus, who make up about 8% of the population, are living in terror.
Have a look at these visuals. Atrocities being carried out against Bangladeshi minorities, a genocide of Hindus, quote unquote, by Islamist extremists, a wave of terror against this community.
While such claims are false, some Hindus have experienced violence. In December, arsonists burned this family-run temple on the edge of Dhaka. Ratan Kumar Ghosh is the temple custodian.
ব্যথিত হয়েছিলাম যে আমি কেন আমার নিজের শরীরের ভারটা হলো না, আমার গড সেফ, ভগবানকে আমি রক্ষা করতে পারলাম না, এটা আমার খুব খারাপ লেগেছে। আমি তো কাউকে কোনো ক্ষতি করি নাই, যে কেন তারা আমার
Opportunistically, Hindu homes were targeted, but not in the sense that the Indian media would want us to believe.
Most attacks after the regime's collapse appear to have been political payback.
They are not looking for Hindus. They were people attacking followers of Hasina. And Hindus happen to be followers of Hasina. So one of my first address to the nation was, we are a family. We are a family with many religions, many beliefs, many political followers. We disagree with each other, but that doesn't mean you fall apart.
But many Hindus and secular Muslims fear hardliners are trying to fill the power vacuum. Even this family kite festival has caused alarm. Every January, residents of Old Dhaka fly kites and shoot fireworks for the Shakrin festival, marking the beginning of a new harvest season. Religious conservatives have long objected to their rooftop parties, with DJs, dancing and sometimes alcohol. This year they felt emboldened to stop them.
Before the festival began, young Islamic activists came through this neighbourhood asking people not to take part in this festival. Now, by all accounts, they were quite polite, but residents got the message.
As the sun goes down, most of the rooftops are quiet. The only raucous celebrations, in fact the only fireworks, are in the mainly Hindu buildings. Most Muslims are watching from behind their windows. This was a typical rooftop party last year. This year the same rooftop is empty. Downstairs, young men march against the festival, uploading their protest to social media. The following day, to Dr. Yunus's disquiet, a government-appointed committee recommended removing secularism from the constitution.
If you are a democratic country, I think secularism go with it. So you cannot divide people in different segments and have a democratic country.
Sheikh Hasina's old electoral rival, the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, is demanding elections by December. Dr. Yunus wants to hold off until the middle of 2026 to try to lock in democratic reforms.
What I'm trying to do, kind of build a consensus before we go to the election, sign off with the declaration that we agree on these basic principles of the government. All these blood that's shed for the new Bangladesh, as we call it, it's not just to hold an election. It's to make sure this is really new Bangladesh.
I think if there are elections today, it's the Bangladesh Nationalist Party, the BNP, that would come to power, right? That might be a good thing, that might not be a good thing. You know, there is that kind of a risk that things would just go back to how they were in, under Sheikh Hasina's regime, because the BNP is not very different from the Awami League. You know, it's the two peas in a pod.
Some of the student protesters don't trust any establishment politicians. In February 2025, Nahid Islam resigned from the interim government to launch a new student-backed party.
হাজারো শহীদদের আত্মত্যাগের বিনিময়ে অর্জিত এই নতুন স্বাধীনতা কেবল একটি সরকার পতন করে আরেকটি সরকার বসানোর জন্যই ঘটেনি। যেন জনগণের অধিকার ভিত্তিক ও মর্যাদা ভিত্তিক একটি রাষ্ট্র পুনর্গঠিত হয়। সেই লক্ষ্য নিয়েই আমরা জাতীয় নাগরিক পার্টি এনসিপির প্রতিষ্ঠার ঘোষণা দিচ্ছি।
From India, Sheikh Hasina has also called for a new beginning. In an audio message devoid of self-reflection or apology, she urged Bangladeshis to rise up against Muhammad Yunus.
কারণ ইউনূস সাহেবের ক্ষমতা দখল সম্পূর্ণ অবৈধ, অসাংবিধানিক, অস্ত্র অর্থের জোরে মানুষ খুন করে মানুষের লাশের উপর পাড়া দিয়ে সে ক্ষমতা এসেছে। দেশকে রক্ষা করতে হবে, তার জন্য সকলকে ঘুরে দাঁড়াতে হবে, প্রতিরোধ গড়ে তুলতে হবে।
Angry students torched her abandoned family home in retaliation. In this volatile climate, a fragile and temporary government is trying to lay the foundations for a genuine democracy. For decades, this young country has been ruled by dark forces. Bangladeshis are now waiting to see if this really is the start of a new era or a false dawn.
Hearing the facts.
The situation in the Gaza Strip is catastrophic, and parents are saying that their dream is to secure a meal for their children.
Asking questions.
Would you give any advice to world leaders of how to negotiate with President Trump?
Reporting from the action.
Ukraine needs now additional air defense systems to protect its people.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
On Counting the Cost, African nations are drowning in debt. But who's to blame for the delay in credit relief, China or the West? Could the withdrawal of American aid make the problem even worse? And can Africa make the most of its resources to pay back loans and develop the continent? Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
To counter French colonial propaganda, Algeria's Liberation Army recruited Yugoslavia's finest cameraman to join its struggle and seize control of the narrative. Decades later, a trove of unseen archive is uncovered in Belgrade. The images and the man behind the lens now honored for their contribution to Algeria's independence. Cine Guerrillas, a witness documentary on Al Jazeera.
Caught in the line of fire, homes destroyed along the line of control in Kashmir as India and Pakistan exchange fire again. I'm Tom McRae, this is Al Jazeera live from Doha, also coming up. A show of military might in Moscow. Russia marks 80 years since the end of World War II, with several leaders in attendance. The US president calls for a month-long unconditional ceasefire between Ukraine and Russia. Plus,
La pace sia con tutti voi.
a day after his historic election at the Vatican, Pope Leo XIV will celebrate his first Mass as pontiff. Heavy shelling is continuing between India and Pakistan for a third day, with both sides accusing each other of escalating hostilities. India says it has intercepted and destroyed Pakistani drones and missiles. There were also explosions heard in Indian-administered Kashmir. The exchanges have intensified since India's missile attack on several locations in Pakistan on Wednesday. New Delhi holds Islamabad responsible for an attack which killed 26 tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir last month, but Pakistan denies involvement. Osama bin Javed is in the city of MECCA in Pakistan with more on how India's attacks are affecting residents there.
Well, this is Muridke. It is being explained by India as a terror training camp. And where we are is the central mosque here in Muridke, which has been damaged by Indian attacks. And if I can show you, this is the main courtyard of the mosque. And as you can see around us, there's been extensive damage done to this building. And this is, according to India, where a lot of terrorists were training here, but as has been explained to us by people here, residents in the area, that this is a sprawling complex of about 200 acres where there's a hospital, there's a girls' school, there's a boys' school, there's a college. And this was the main place of worship in this mosque where people would congregate, they would gather. And as you can see, there's been extensive damage according to the whole complex here. And people here have been contesting the Indian account that this had to do anything with terror. They call it Islamophobic and say that India is trying to justify its attacks on Pakistan by labeling these places of worship and other civilian places as terrorist training camps where there's absolutely no truth to it on the ground.
Kulthum Sharif joins us now from New Delhi. And several cities, including New Delhi, are on high alert. Can you just give us a sense of the mood there right now?
Well, Tom, it's been a long, tiring, sleepless nights for millions of Indians across several cities. That, in a sense, should give you the mood because many are concerned about what could happen next and many others are worried about how far things can go between two nuclear neighbors. Now, for a third night, India and Pakistan have accused each other of carrying out attacks. India says it's actually shot down Pakistani drones and missiles, and it's also stopped armed men from crossing the border within India. Now, the developments we are seeing are fast and swift, but the mood is also affected by a lot of what people are seeing on social media, where fact and fiction kind of merge, and there's a sense of worry whether it's New Delhi, which is on high alert, whether it's in Bangalore, where there are mock drills being conducted. The air sirens, the blackouts, all in some ways add to the heightened sense of fear, and tensions continue to keep growing. But on the ground, we've seen several people who have been evacuated from the border areas where there was overnight shelling, and then people are saying that there's a sense of panic, so there's panic buying because people don't know when they could come back to their houses. They've lost their lives. People have lost their livelihoods in these areas. But across the country, there is the Interior Minister in the past few hours has said border security is being reviewed. Security at airports, security at ports is also being checked. In fact, this morning when I was at the Delhi International Airport, had to go through a second round of checks to be cleared.
Yeah, you're talking about claims and counterclaims from both sides, obviously both blaming each other for this escalation. Specifically, though, what is India saying?
Well, India has always maintained that it is going to give a befitting reply to Pakistan anytime there are drone and missile strikes. Well, since the April 22nd Pahalgam attack, where 26 Indian tourists were killed, this has been a talking point across India, and India has said it will respond. Now, this week, tensions have escalated because India did respond, and since then, we are seeing these claims and counterclaims. Now, I told you that many airports across several cities have been shut, and in fact, normal life for many of the people has been affected. Schools, universities have been shut in some places. Students who need to go for exams don't know what's going to happen next. Travel has been affected because airports have been shut. The Indian rupee has slid to a lower level. And then there is also a game of cricket, an IPL, a beloved cricket series that's been happening. One match was cancelled in a northern city, and now the entire series fate hangs in balance.
OK, thank you so much, Kulthum Sharif, for us there in New Delhi. Newly elected Pope Leo XIV has paid a surprise visit to workers at the Vatican. He showed up at the Palace of the Holy Office, where he'd been living as a cardinal before his election. And Leo XIV is set to hold his first Mass and first sermon as Pope shortly. Well, Jonah Hull joins us from Vatican City. And Jonah, we're expecting to hear from the new Pope within the next hour. What exactly are we expecting today? And can you just give us a sense of the atmosphere right now at the Vatican?
Well, forgive me, I can't see our output, but you may be able now to be looking at live pictures, which I can see being put out by Vatican TV, and we're essentially taken back inside the Sistine Chapel, where only yesterday afternoon Pope Leo XIV was the winner of a conclave of cardinals election, that secretive process, making him, of course, Pope. All the cardinals back inside the Sistine Chapel now, where Leo XIV is presiding over his first Mass. Not just the 133 electors aged under 80, but the entire College of Cardinals, more than 250 of them. They, of course, waiting and watching intently, as the world will be, for a crucial moment in this Mass, and that is the Pope's first homily, a sermon, in other words, in which he will outline his teachings, his vision of the world, his vision of the Catholic Church and its place within a turbulent world at this time. He'll be talking about things like unity within a divided church. He'll be talking about things like peace in the world. We got a clue about what he will say from his very first words on the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica on Thursday afternoon. He talked about the need for bridge building. He talked about the need for the church to lead the way in delivering peace to the world. He gave more than a nod towards a lot of his predecessor, Pope Francis's thinking and ways within the church, within his papacy. Ideas like a church that would always move towards charity, towards the poor, towards the suffering, a dynamic church. These are the sorts of ideas, I think, that we can expect to hear in what will be, as I say, a crucial moment, setting out the goalposts, if you like, the priorities, the vision of this new Pope, Pope Leo XIV.
Yeah, as you're speaking, we are watching pictures from inside the Sistine Chapel as Mass is about to get underway. I guess, like you say, a lot of people are going to wonder exactly what type of Pope Leo XIV will possibly be. What will be his priorities, though, for him as Pope, but also the Church going forward?
Look, he was not considered a front-runner going into the conclave. Robert Prevost, as of course he was formerly known, cardinal in Chicago, where he was born. He rose very much in prominence in the days before the conclave, presumably because of interventions he made during those congregational meetings of the cardinals in the days before the conclave, where they set out their stall, and where he presumably impressed upon the other cardinals his ability as a moderate thinker, as a consensus-led leader of the Church, as a person who would be able to bridge this divide within the Catholic Church that has opened up over the last 20 years with his two previous predecessors, Benedict XVI, the arch-traditionalist, Pope Francis, the liberal reformer, Leo XIV, somebody with moderate liberal views, very much in the vein of Pope Francis, but known to be somebody who could lead by consensus. That will have impressed them. Don't underestimate the fact that he is an American Pope. This is a church, the Catholic Church, that has traditionally shied away from the idea of an American Pope, the very notion of an American Pope, simply because of the size, the money attached to the American Catholic Church, its lobbying efforts within the Vatican to get what it sees as its way and its traditional conservative bent. Robert Prevost, perhaps much more moderate than that, perhaps not too American for this church to take on, but crucially he comes at a time, the era really, of high instability under President Donald Trump. He's no Trumpian Pope, that is for certain. His online posts, or posts at least attributed to him over the last year, have clashed with the Trump administration over things like migration, but it will be hoped that he brings something special, some special weight to bear in navigating that difficult relationship as well.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Jonah. Jonah Hull for us there in Vatican City. Russia is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II with a military parade in Moscow. The event is drawing global attention with dozens of world leaders in attendance, including China's President Xi Jinping. Troops from Russia's allies, including China, Egypt, Vietnam, Myanmar and several former Soviet states, have been participating in the parade. President Putin proposed a three-day ceasefire to mark the occasion, but Ukraine's President Zelensky rejected it as a theatrical performance. Well, Yulia Shapovalova joins us now from Moscow. Yulia, first of all, can you just explain the significance, why this is so important today for Russia?
It is important because Russia and the former Soviet Union became the main battleground of World War II in Europe, and Nazi Germany threw the largest contingent of troops into its eastern front here, and actually it lost millions of its soldiers here. The Soviet Red Army stopped their onslaught and pushed them back. So basically the renowned battles became the symbol of the Soviet resistance and victory. I'm talking about the battles of Moscow, Leningrad, Stalingrad, Kursk. And the Soviet Union obviously liberated its own territory and played a major role in defeating Nazi Germany in Europe, fighting until Nazi Germany capitulated in May 1945. And also in his speech, Vladimir Putin highlighted the role of the Soviet Union for bearing the brunt of this war, and he praised those who fought, and he said that he called them our fathers and grandfathers, and he praised their unity, and that other generations have to remember their sacrifices. And of course, it's a very sad day, day of remembrance for all the victims of this war, as I mean, because millions of people perished. The war engaged the efforts of the entire civilian population of the USSR, and this country paid a horrific price, losing 27 million people. Every family in this country has lost their loved ones.
And Yulia, we've seen pictures of Putin with Chinese President Xi Jinping, but which other leaders have also been there for Victory Day?
Well, at least 28 leaders are here in Moscow for celebrations and then for meeting with President Vladimir Putin. Chinese President Xi Jinping, President of Brazil Lula da Silva are here, as well as many others. Head of the Palestinian National Authority Mahmoud Abbas, and Serbia's President Alexander Vučić, Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico, the leaders of Armenia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Abkhazia, Brazil, Venezuela, Vietnam, Egypt, and many, many others. So today we've had 11.5 Russian troops marching in a red square, including 1,500 those who have participated in Russia's so-called special military operation in Ukraine, numerous pieces of military hardware, and, well, an air parade which was quite limited this year due to security reasons. And today, military units from 13 Russian allies, including China, actually Chinese troops had the biggest presence here, Egypt, Vietnam, Myanmar, and several former Soviet states. They were also marching along a red square. And of course, the parade has now finished, but commemorations continue today in Moscow.
Thank you so much, Yulia Shapovalova, for us in Moscow. Well, still ahead here on Al Jazeera, a string of mid-air close calls prompts the Trump administration to announce an overhaul of the US's air traffic control systems.
Hey there, it's that time of the year where our seasonal rains are picking up across Indochina through China. So the darker the color, the more intense that rain is falling. As this moves into southern China, it wraps around into Taiwan, Japan's Ryukyu Islands, and the main island of Honshu. There will be some serious downpours. In the mix here, we show you the forecast in Japan on Saturday. It's going to be a washout for Tokyo, but I do think the worst of the rain will be out over the open water in the Pacific. And after that soaker of a day in Beijing, the temperature now coming up with that sun out at 23 degrees, looking pretty good. For Indonesia, we're slowly starting to see those rains wind down. Not so, though, for Java Island and Bali. Some big downpours in the picture here. Perth could see its hottest May on record. The temperatures about 31, 32. They are coming down to 26 degrees. Cooler for that southeast corner, and with this breeze off the sea here, could give us a few showers for the coast of New South Wales State and Queensland. We'll end this weather report in New Zealand, where after a serious weather maker rolled through here, that's now pushed away. So the sun's out, bit of a cool breeze though, so let's go 15 degrees in Christchurch on Saturday. That's it. That's all. We'll see you later. Take care.
Stories of determination and joy from Mali.
Si on arrive à éduquer les enfants d'aujourd'hui à déjà voir notre métier comme un métier.
And Rwanda.
Mbere abazungu bataraza ubu abanyarwanda bakunda kwiyogoshesha gutya ariko bitewe n'amateka.
Short documentaries from African filmmakers. Africa Direct on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. Heavy shelling between India and Pakistan has been continuing for a third day, with both sides accusing each other of escalating hostilities. India says it has intercepted and destroyed Pakistani drones and missiles. There were also explosions heard in Indian-administered Kashmir. And Russia is commemorating the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II with a military parade in Moscow. Several world leaders, including China's Xi Jinping, are attending the celebrations. Well, US President Donald Trump is calling for a 30-day unconditional ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Shortly after a phone call with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky, he posted on social media saying hopefully an acceptable ceasefire will be observed and both countries will be held accountable for respecting the sanctity of these direct negotiations. Trump says if the ceasefire is not respected, the US and its partners will impose more sanctions. Well, President Zelensky supports a 30-day ceasefire and wants Russia to do the same.
Україна готова до повного припинення вогню.
Ukraine's ready for a full ceasefire right now, right from this minute, for 30 days of silence. But it must be for real, so that there are no missile strikes, no drones, and so that there are not hundreds of assaults on the front. We need the